Second. Good morning, everyone. All right. How you guys doing? No, I don't feel better. Better than you. Go back to bed. Nah, I'm right. If it wasn't for the fact you're suck, you are suck. You have a godly radio voice rasp right now. 10 out of 10 would bang. Thanks, Carl. Girk, when Vic's 20 again? I only got like 3 fills on my June calls. I'm sure it'll go back down. They're really slamming us versus the market going up. Bullish. Wait till it fills the gap, and then it'll start to put a little more pressure on them. They still have probably inventory internalized in this range, especially GMA. If you saw the fucking spike in, sorry, dark pool utilization there yesterday. What happened to Baba? I don't know. Did it fall off a cliff? It does that once in a while. Yeah, looks like it did. Son of a bitch. Not ideal. Morning gap on SPX filled. Let me see how ES is looking. The ES is actually looking really fucking good. I kind of drew this up last night. We've been getting a lot of these hard pushes into the short positioning, and then massive rallies as the short positioning sells off, right? We've had it a few times over, like, well, since the turnaround point, right? This wouldn't be the first one. And I think we'll start to see some short capitulation today. But don't forget that we're moving into what is likely to be a lot of strangling and straddling as PPI and CPI approach at the end of the week and then into Monday. No, I didn't cut the Baba because it was fine up until yesterday. I might pick up some more and roll it out. We'll see. Hang Seng came down pretty hard last night. But if SPX rallies, that can drag it back up. So we'll see what happens today. One is the so yeah, I can go back to that. So one of these is the volume trend. This is where more volume is traded on the trend line. And this one is kind of the volatility trend. I could change the color on it so it's easier to distinguish between the two. So generally, if price action falls below the purple trend line, very little volume is traded, right? So You'd be looking in that area for more volume being traded, which would be abnormal, right? Because it'd probably indicate a continued drop. Um, or you would be looking, for price action to the downside to kind of peak. Carvana circuit breaker. Yeah, it's been a bit of a piece of shit. Bid ask spread on Upstart keeps getting broader. Yeah, it's at 10 cents now, which is that was kind of significant right before that big order just came in. Today's the first day of 15 C3-3 settlement for OPEX. Thanks, David. I appreciate it, man. If you guys could hit the like, big help. Something, something. Hey, Greg, what are your thoughts on Fubo Jan calls? Have you already rolled? No. I already have Fubo calls for further out, though. So if your only positioning is for Jan 2023, you may want to consider rolling. Bots ripping? Cool. Sounds exciting. Did you average down your Netflix? A little bit yesterday. Not on here. But yeah, I got like 10 more contracts and I got some 30 20s and 30 15s yesterday also. Netflix is interesting. I'm not sure if it's going to turn around, but it doesn't look like any of the long call positioning is destabilizing at all. Like it's not, no one's selling off. I think most of it's further dated. It's hard to tell though with like the big FANG stocks because they're not entirely reliant on their options chain. They tend to be uh more reliant on like supply, demand, and volume. They're very liquid. Still have your straddle? Yeah. Can you permanently ban people on here, not just timeout? Yeah, I can. I can well, yeah, you can ban them. So tonight is the night Upstart can go back on Reg Show, if not between here and the 19th, correct? It would be the first potential day, I believe, that it can go back on Reg Show. I'm not sure if it can go on Reg Show after just 5 days. I think there's a 13-day delay, but we'll find out. I don't want to read through like 600 pages or 543 pages of FINRA documentation to determine it. I'd rather just buy the extra 7 fucking days of theta. Do you think SPX chops between 3,900 and 3,950 today? We could break 3,950. It depends on how much put capitulation there is. Previously, when they pushed down this hard and hit that oversold point, VIX spikes, so it makes it harder and harder for them to leverage the downside. So as they're pushing down, the short position that stabilizes them is bleeding off behind them. VIX goes up, those puts are worth more money, and then people are taking profits. So hard bounces are definitely possible when they do this. Also, the economic data this morning was pretty good. Not probably not as important as the jobs, like the unemployment data tomorrow, or definitely not as important as PPI or CPI, but still, unit of labor cost down is higher profitability for corporations. And not only that, they're paying less for more productivity, so that's even better, right? Probably sucks to be a serf nowadays. What's your Rev RQ average down target price? I don't really have a target price on the average down, but yeah, if I buy it below 85 cents, I can bring my cost basis per share under $4 for like 10% reinvestment. Any thoughts on the Upstart options flow yesterday? Yeah, it looks like somebody took a big synthetic short position and rolled it into a big synthetic long position. Upstart finished square for jammy earnings. We'll see if either one of them are finished square. All right. I'm out of the upside of my straddle now. I hit the take profit. So let's see what the downside looks like for today. Since you has 10 volume today, and none of it was during regular trading hours. Sorry, I'm just building up my position, Dork. Hey Greg, sorry you're sick. Wonton soup is my go-to for feeling better. Either that or the classic chicken noodle. Calls on Campbell's. Get well soon. Thank you, Arugus. I have a giant container of uh chicken noodle from this like Jewish place around the corner for me. It's phenomenal. Maybe I'll go get ramen later if I can get out of my house. Thanks, hang tight. Zero GT is building 3900 as 13 KOI. It's not very much. How are you feeling about earnings today for GMA? I don't know. Quarter three is historically not great. Uh, I, I'd be very surprised if we beat on revenue. There's a potential to beat on EPS. Free cash flow is likely to continue to be negative into the quarter four earnings. So minimal opportunity to maybe see a surprise on EPS. Best case scenario for earnings, lower SG&A, slightly higher EPS. I think so. I don't think it's going to be phenomenal. I don't think it's going to be that bad though. There's going to be a lower SG&A might miss because uh they may have done some inventory bolstering going into the holiday season. Did you touch on the Baba play yet? Not really. Um, it dropped off pretty hard overnight. We'll see if it recovers. I had a little bit of time on it. I might have to roll it out. What's your address and credit card info? I'd like to pick out something nice for you. Thanks, man. Why did I buy so many 18C for Upstart? I don't, I don't know. Were they all for this Friday? Yeah, they were, weren't they? You just bought them all for Friday. I have no idea why you did that. It's really nothing's expected this week. His immune system is weak because he doesn't eat local honey? No. Getting some vibrations on the BAM seismograph indicator. Signals of violence and pent-up pressure, pressure a la inertia on the underlying flam jam bam. Oh, you're just saying nonsense. Okay. That sounds like homeopathic remedies. I'm not taking this. Are there even bees in New York City? Yeah, some. You tend to buy Upstart and GME calls. GME IV is elevated. Actually, Upstart's IV moved up yesterday too. Um, price wise, sure on Upstart. GME IV is kind of high until earnings, probably. At least for shorter dated calls. Doesn't mean when a call I was in for GME had a tight bid ask to a few dollars to a huge spread. Uh, could have sold off. It might have become more liquid. Have you tried drinking Vol's blood? I haven't. much of this shit do you need to take? It looks like it has an oral bioavailability of 2%, roughly. So you just take shitloads of it. Studies aren't very conclusive. Ooh. Yeah. I don't think I could take this on my allergy medication. I'll have to ask my allergist. Anyway. Try oregano oil. How about I just take some fucking medicine? Instead of unregulated and loosely studied supplements. This market will not cover until Tesla is under 100 billion market cap. Uh, I don't really think Tesla's market cap is a big factor in the market recovery. But there are bees here. Definitely wasps. I hear methamphetamines work wonders for the sinuses. Cocaine too. You guys ever been to like an endocrinologist and they spray cocaine up your nose? It's like fun stuff. Or an otolaryngologist. Ugh. I'm still clogged up from last weekend. Don't buy shitty Coke, champ. There's no way to say your name without sounding condescending. When Goodbye Yellow Brick Road and announcements, that's when I know the party is over for sure, and it's time for daily put buys. We'll see. Right now, things are fairly stable. Have a little bit of a bounce. Yes, it's still kind of chopping around resistance. Go down to like the here and see how it's doing. Yeah, so still above resistance here. TX, TJX. Ah, interesting drop off. I'm just looking at my charts here for SPX. Yeah, I think it's gonna fail here and drop lower again. Ooh, Jamie arbitrage is getting weird again this morning. That's cool. So they're kind of just shorting the shit out of it again today. Fun. Whatever. It says not to take it with corticosteroids. Saying I'm not a drug addict, but I actually have an allergy problem. Whatever makes you feel better, man. Checking in from the Bahamas, I see Jan 2023 puts are green again. You think Jimmy will get below $20 today after hours? I'm wondering if I should put in a buy order. I could. I mean, if you want to buy it below $20, it doesn't hurt to try, right? No, I'm good, Paris. Don't worry about me. Nvidia puts doing nearer the money ones doing pretty good. I haven't leveraged that much. I haven't leveraged too many of the far dated ones. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still gonna wait probably for CPI and the Fed and everything before I start moving into bigger far dated put positions. There's plenty of time, and we're still trading in the upper ranges of the market peak. So I'm not in a big rush. If Jimmy hasn't significantly reduced their SG&A, I will sell my share. You should just sell the fraction that they failed to reduce SG&A by. So you should take your share and whatever the difference is in SG&A, that's how much you keep. And then you should DRS that fractional share, Popcorn Trader. What's stopping you from buying near the money calls on GME right now? I don't need to. I might finally get assigned on my BBBY in the money cover calls this week. You still own that shit? Alright. I hope so. Hey Greg, do you still think that the Upstart share buyback will happen before the end of 2022? We'll see. At these prices, I don't see why they wouldn't want to. I don't have 5 million shares. There are no neutrals and maxes today. The fucking server's down. Ooh, fun. Jesus Christ. Wonder when they're gonna start hitting the borrowing pool. Check Atomic's DM. Did you guys scrape it? Shit. Let me try to enter them manually, I guess. Hold on. Is that DN? Did we figure out what the fuck was going on with it? $33.92. Hold on, I'm trying to get the Greeks for everyone. 22.96. 17.31. I think these are the. I guess they're not. Vega neutral spiked up on Upstart pretty hard. 38.70. Okay, that's kind of interesting. All right, this should be the updated values for today. Thank you, Atomic. I appreciate it. No, I got it, man. I appreciate it. All right, cool. I got out of my straddle today. Awesome. Decent. 43% on the downside, 87% on the upside. Yeah, it looks like I stopped out. It's weird as I stopped out on the red candle. Spread must have gotten weird or something. Canada BOC interest rate decision actual 4.25 versus 3.75. So 0.5 increase. Sold Jimmy CSPs yesterday, $22 strike. Getting spicy. I'd be surprised if we stayed below 22 after earnings. It's possible. You see that like that just showed up on the video? No. That was mine. Nice. I put that one there. This was just a 0 DTE straddle on SPX. It was 5 DTE from last night. That one's closed out though. That's pretty cool. I wish I bought calls at the bottom there. Let's see. I don't know. I still feel like we're going to be very range bound though. SPX might not be a good play for a couple days. Or if you do, just in and out, you know? I think twice because it's another day for you and me and Kenny's crime paradise. You wait till Ken's miss, all right? It's coming up. Buying weeklies, even month-end expiration, is just greedy, right? Because if no pecs, Jan's bought at the right time can be stopped out with no real loss, but not weeklies. Less loss. Weeklies will, if the price moves against you, weeklies will just burn up very, very quickly. So yeah, you protect your downside a little bit by buying more theta or buying further out of the money and less delta. How's the new chair? I don't know. I think I hate it. It's very weird. It's hard to get used to. I cried. Rocket Man. For Frag. I like this stream. I like it more when we talk about cheese, knowing full well I have nothing but Parmesan in a can that is 80% wood pulp. It's it's really not that expensive to just buy real cheese. First name, last name. Welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. I got the steel case. Fucking goddamn it. Gesture. There's a delta neutral strangle available between 20p and 28c on weeklies. If anyone is feeling like a degen, that's a bit degenerate, isn't it? Like a little too much. Knoll chairs? Ooh, add this to my search parameters. Uh, yeah, I don't want task chairs. That's the problem. No, the new chair does not feel better. It feels somehow way worse. Yeah, Carvana got destroyed this morning. 20C for Upstart dead. I don't know, what date do you have? And then after you answer something before January, I'm going to ask why. It's time to pick up Apple calls. Yeah, it might not be a terrible time to average down. Win PO box. I want to send you a case of Little Caesars Parmesan packs. I'm okay. Thank you though. When entering a straddle position, do you purchase both legs at the same time or throughout the afternoon? I mean, ideally, I try to get both legs out of the money because it makes them cheaper. Putin said threat of nuclear war on the rise. Bullish. If Carvana files for bankruptcy, we're moving all in, aren't we? Absolutely fucking not. Where's all the people that were pumping? I'm at market open. Ah. This drop on Carvana was due to a fucking analyst downgrade? That seems unlikely. Oh, okay. Debt and renegotiation. Ick. Good morning, Gherkin friends. I've been away for ages with life getting in the way of monitoring positions. I hope you're all doing well. Take care, stay safe, and have a wonderful holiday season. It's good to see you at Will Enjoyment. Thank you so much, man. Happy holidays to you too. I can't stop buying GME calls. Help. Oh, fuck. Should I get some puts? Should I inverse you? I don't want mystery boxes from you people. They'd be weird. Well, for the most part, they'd be pretty weird. With all this volatility, uncertainty, and crime in the financial markets, the question is, will you be streaming earnings? You know, I've heard I will be. Although I'm sick and I really don't want to. So should we expect big moves for tomorrow's job report and PPI on Friday? We could expect bigger moves. I still think things are going to hinge on CPI. The jobs report tomorrow may kind of shift the level that we see neutral positioning build up at. But I don't know if we should expect any big moves until next week. Russia considers nuclear weapons a response to an attack. Well, I guess they're running out of options. Nuclear fallout good for inflation numbers? Morbid, but no, probably wouldn't make that much of a difference. Wait, Carvana's going bankrupt? What's the play? That's not a play. Do you want a goat in your P.O. box? No, I don't. Skip the presser. We'll see. I don't see the December 16th put positions falling off. So more positioning at 39.50, then push down to 3900 for their exit. That's possible. Some of the December 16th 39.50s yesterday did sell off though. So did some of the December 30ths. Putin saying Russia does not have nukes stored in other countries feels like it comes with a wink wink. Possibly. No, I haven't, Bob P. What jobs report is important tomorrow? And does that mean the market rockets? Um, there's unemployment data. Uh, first thing in the morning, the initial jobless claims for December. No, it's not gonna rocket the market. But if they're up, we might, move up to like the 39.50, 39.70 level into PPI. Friday is going to be important. Friday has PPI, core PPI, MCS, preliminary. There's something else. Wholesale inventories month over month. And I think there's a Fed quarterly statement, like their financial accounts. I just found out I have an $1,800 car repair. Can you ask RC to launch the MOASS? Ugh, rough. Um, yeah, I don't know if he's gonna listen to me. That would be good for wheat. A nuclear bomb? Yes. Yeah, wheat would go up rapidly. Putin is running out of options. My options are running out of theta. When do I become dictator? And no one's gonna elect you running on a platform of feeding everyone goat milk. Do we need to go over the likelihood of Russia actually using nukes again? No, because the people who are convinced they're definitely going to are not going to change their minds. I'd love to see Upstart at Delta Neutral. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Carvana shorts have not closed. Get the fuck out of here. Man, you guys just want to buy bankrupt shit, don't you? Do you know if there's an index to the secondhand wedding dress market? And if so, do you know if the assets are sorted by size? I don't. Um, and also no. Upstart Jan 20th going up. Ivy's going up on Upstart a little bit. I'm Matt Bagholder checking in. Sorry you're sick. Yeah, that's alright. If it makes you feel better, you won't have to hear about MMTLP after the 12th. I know. I'm really excited. What I don't understand is all the people that are like never in here trying to like pump it. That's shady. That's some shady pump and dump shit. I don't like that. All the dust parts in. Nope. There's a delay on a couple of them. They let me know yesterday. So the rest of the desk won't be shipping until like the 16th. I'm wondering if the standing desk will make this chair more tolerable. Western Australia just had another record wheat harvest. Cool. Listen, if Ukraine gets nuked, wheat prices are gonna skyrocket. I don't care how good fucking Western Australia's harvest was. Also, Ukraine not getting nuked. With, with your thesis on Fubo. What? With your... What's your... I don't know what you're asking. That's not a sentence. Are you still long on Rocket Mortgage? Fuck no. Is there an indicator that tracks daily bid ask? No. Bankrupt, sir, I'll have you know that there's a highly profitable, salty baked treat company located in sizable retail locations. How is Wetzel's Pretzels and Cinnabon not gone out of fucking business yet? That's what I want to know. Considering puts on Solar Edge, I think they have a strong future, but with weakening run up over the last months up to resistance, I'm thinking ST downs 290, 265 from current 310. Thoughts? Most solar companies are trading at exorbitant PEs relative to their collapsing margins. So yeah, I would agree. What's your thesis on Fubo? Are you concerned the streaming space is too crowded for Fubo to thrive? What makes them so different than say Peacock? Thanks, man. Um, broadcasting rights for sports. That's it. They have several exclusive broadcasting rights. That's why they did the deal with Amazon, because they didn't give Amazon the broadcasting rights. It makes them a potential buyout target more than anything else. But if they continue to accrue subscribers at the current rate, their subscriber growth will lead to higher valuations. Their revenues are also up. Um, I'm targeting, like $8 to $13 in 2 years. It's not a short term play. It does have a significant amount of short interest and volatility shorts, so that's also fun. Yeah, I don't like this chair very much. It's pretty fucking uncomfortable. And when you sit up in it, it feels like you're gonna fall out of it because everything angles just like a little bit forward. It's like I can't even describe it. It's just such a slight angle forward, but it's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. My building has a fallout shelter in the basement. There's a lot of the older buildings in New York have them. It's probably full of shit. There's probably no room for people in it, but what kind of couch do you have? I don't know, just like a normal one. It's not a sectional. It definitely doesn't have a chaise lounge. I have an ottoman. Why did you order an advent calendar desk? Man, I don't know why they ship it like that. As a year-long pickle jar participant, I can say I've never brought up the X torch play unprompted because it's not something for making money anytime soon. It did get lots of people trapped though. Yeah. It's called money laundering. I'll have you know that bankrupt companies can be profitable buy and holds. Take a look at the holding, at what holding and lending out RevRQ nets you. Oh, dude, I've already been lending out my shares for a while. I'm well aware. It looks like you're floating. Bring back the old chair. I'm not floating. How do you feel about entering a new Baba position now? Eh. I went to a restaurant once that had tall chairs that tipped slightly forward and made you feel like it was dumping you on the floor. Place was great otherwise, but it's why I never went back. Yeah, it's like a fucking it's like a falling dream, but all day. It's horrific, actually. My chair has a tilty feature. Maybe yours does too. I don't think so. You can't change like the angle of the seat. It's pretty customizable otherwise. I can lean back in it, which gets rid of the falling feeling. Can you put a logo on the headrest? What was the whole point of getting rid of the other one? Yeah, I've tried Arians. I don't like them. More importantly, I don't like their whole no headrest philosophy. Fuck them. So what it is when you lean back in this chair, the armrests move back as you lean back. But when you lean forward, the armrests move forward. I don't think there's a way to adjust the tilt of the seat. I'll try, but I don't think there's a setting for that. Use your copy of options as a strategic investment to prop up the front of the chair. Yeah, that's pretty much what you do with anything you don't want in New York City. You just put it outside and watch Columbia students who've never lived in New York rifle through the garbage and take your shit. Then they all get bed bugs. Just got back from the West Texas oil fields. The Permian Basin is booming. Gas out there was under $3 a gallon. Gas here's like $3 a gallon. If Upstart hits $38 by end of year, can we get a tour of your stable? No. Once you embrace the fact that you are indeed a centaur, you can get a chair purpose-built for your unique and majestic body. Is this just gonna be a silly day again? Gas everywhere is under $3 a gallon. So my Jan 20s and 2250s down about 50%. Is it better to average down by buying more 20s or getting 1750s? Up to you. You can do both of those things. Sorry to hear that, Grizz. It depends if what depends if I unzip my pants. What should I say on my milestone chat? Just whatever you want, man. That's what it's there for. You can say whatever you want, and everyone has to read it. For the most part. GME seems dead. GME got shorted pretty hard today. It's moving down to the 2250 level. This is a previous support. Are we stuck between 39.25 and 39.50 today? Probably, yeah. Carvana shorts never close. You son of a bitch. It's like 9 pounds a liter or something, right? After vacation, I had trouble closing my shorts, if you know what I mean. You got fatter in Vietnam? What kind is new chair? Steel case. Steel case stole your grandpa's finger? Oof. Gherkin has 5 GME shares and he's doubling down today. Also, he likes Matt Kors and he just doesn't like to admit it. Well chosen, Johnny A. Well, very well chosen. Amazing. Great use of your membership chat, Dick. I know how we know and see the liquidity levels for GME and saw them bottomed out near all-time lows. And they said we can go lower, and they shorted it more with less. DRS is working, guys. Uh it's annoying, I know. I buckled up, Jen. Everyone say hi to buckled up, Jen. I've been ignored all day. Well, you're kind of annoying, right? So sometimes I ignore you. His hand was always like a claw. He was born in 1913, and it just wasn't the thing back then to sue the company. Fair enough. Yeah, you lose a finger, probably just bandage it, keep working. How often do you clear charts and redraw lines? Depends. Not very often. I'm not annoying today. That's true. But you also haven't really said anything today. Wi-Fi ignores you 90% of the time, which I have to admit is for the best. I didn't see it in the daily yesterday. Are you streaming earnings? Yes. One second. This is what I have to come back to. Disappointing. I just wanted to flex on chat. Close my short on one of your favorite stocks. Flying to Cabo tomorrow to stay in my villa. Wish you all the best and say hello to your mothers for me. Thank you so much, Toilet Wine. Did PyFi ever get or give a price target for this potential run? Gamma Max plus 10 or 15%. Bavora, Upstart Jan 2024 is enough theta to let JPAL light this up. Also up 36%. Also 2024s and weeklies, same like Straddle. JK, love. Thanks, Guevara. Yeah, 2024s are, I mean, kind of excessive, but that's, you gotta believe a little bit more in the long-term thesis for Upstart than just a small run. Otherwise, your leverage is really minimized. Upstart just took a triple shot of espresso. So they're covering Upstart. They did this yesterday on Upstart too, and they got some liquidity back. But they used it all up by the end of the day, right? And if you look at those, you know, we were looking at those like whale teeth on the liquidity indicator that you see on Jamie and Upstart. Well, Upstart's starting to build them, but this is what generates them. This like intraday covering. Um, Pre-market liquidity generation creates them on the ETFs, and then intraday covering creates them in the underlying. So they get liquidity back, which they immediately then use to short again in order to stabilize the price. Been a minute, just dropping by to say I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still strong. Thanks, Alex. What's the last few days? You said last week you already started to get into some long-term position puts on the SPX and SPY. Have you continued to add to those, or are you waiting? I'm definitely not adding to them on the downside. So last question, at what price would you initiate the share buyback if you were in charge of Upstart? And the post earnings price, definitely. Probably into like the $15 range, but $13 to $15 is probably where I would be most inclined to buy back shares. Looks like they started moving shares back and forth between ETFs at higher liquidity than the other times. Does that mean indicate anything? It wasn't higher liquidity. Also, liquidity has gone down over time as well, but um no, it wasn't really. I think it was more an effect of like liquidity drying up faster than expected and them attempting to do that in advance of a worse position, but the position has only gotten worse, right? So it's actually not something we see them doing last year at all. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't something we see them do until March of 2021 or 2022 rather. The title of the stream is Spyfall. Why isn't it falling? Well, it did fall, and now it's going back up. Also, I don't think a stream card is an analysis, but Spy hasn't really done anything different than what I expected today. We are starting to get support in a higher range, which is nice. What's this? Is this GME? Curious. Oh boy. Any thoughts on GME? If you went over this already, sorry, I just got on earnings. Yeah, I kind of covered it already, but I think revenues are still going to be down. There's a shot at positive EPS, but best case scenario is more move towards short-term profitability. So reduction in SG&A is expected to continue. Whether the effect that'll have on EPS, we'll see, right? That'll depend on revenues, which for quarter three are generally not very good. Also, there's going to be some accumulation of inventories for the holiday season, and so I don't really have high hopes for GME earnings. There's enough potential risk there that I'm not going to like sell covered calls into it or anything, but I still think quarter four earnings is more likely to see a turnaround in short-term profitability than quarter three. What time are the whining bears from yesterday supposed to return today? Looks like they YOLO'd into $18 puts over on Bob's server. That might not have been a great choice. Um, been MIA for a bit. A girlfriend and I split up after you shut down her moving in. Guess I dodged a bullet there. Wow, really? She broke up with you when you didn't want to move in with her after a couple of weeks? Fuck her and her mustache. I'm sorry to hear that, Rims and Tims. It definitely does sound like you dodged a bullet, though. Straddling the spy has proven to be really lucrative. I told my wife I've been going both ways, and she couldn't be happier. Thanks, Girk. No problem, Ryan. Better indicator of future price movement, Boom Hunter Pro or Stream Card. Oh, Stream Card. Don't mind me, Girk. I'm just buying the upstart float one fractional share at a time. Assume that Emma would have need to hedge more calls going in the money and push the price up more. You're thinking of the delta? Because the concentration of gamma increases at lower strikes. That's That's why. Hmm. Interesting. This is a very important level for SPX to be breaking, or, well, actually, it's an even more important level for ES to be breaking above. So, did I don't think, I'm not sure if I shared this in the public chat, so I'll show it to you guys now. Um, oh, there? Okay. So this is the kind of very important levels for futures today. If this starts to break above, we're gonna see a lot more short capitulation. This 30, 39, 62, 75 level. And we did actually dip below 39.32 this morning a little bit, but not for very, like, it wasn't sustained. Um, if we move out here, sorry, this is the 1 minute. But if we move out here, you can see it a little better. So we've been seeing this happen kind of over and over again on ES and SPX both. But we're seeing the shorts drive the price down with near dated puts in order to capture positions and reposition, right? But then, it kind of rockets back up afterwards. And this has been, very well timed with economic news. But this is also kind of the effect of that delta neutral positioning. So, as more and more straddles and strangles start to build up, the price starts to kind of consolidate to the downside and then we bounce. The thing is, I think they pushed a little too hard this time. And if we break up from here, we may continue, a bounce back, at least on ES to that like 40-20 level, which would put SPX around 4,000, 4010. This might be realized by PPI if the trend continues. So I just wanted to share that. Carvana halted. Ooh, nice bounce. Maybe some shorts wanted to close. Good opportunity to do it. All right. But yeah, I think this test looks like it's gonna maybe pull back a little bit. Running out of steam. It's way too many of these lines drawn. This one's important. This one not so much. This can stay. Are you gonna straddle PPI this Friday? Yeah, I'm straddling pretty much every night. Okay, I just found out that my girlfriend is a centaur. What should I do? Pick up a bag of carrots on your way home. Rims and Sims has been a subplot soap opera for a few weeks. Remember when he was so scared about me stealing his mustachioed girlfriend? Should I YOLO into SPX 4000 DT to offset my losses from the SPX 3890s yesterday? Probably not. Why did you buy 3890s yesterday? The disappointment formerly known as McJuggets. You got Bob Vance fuming. What's he mad about? Give it to me straight, Girk. Are they squanching the squart on the casket stacks? You probably don't know this about me, but I don't particularly like it when they do that. A little bit. Yeah, it's being squanched pretty hard, actually. Based on GM at 10-15%, do you think the potential for greater ups are on GME versus Upstart? And GME has more out of the money call interest right now. Gamma Max moves. The number today is not really all that consequential. It's the number when it's running that matters. It's not a static value, and it can move very, very fast. Can you take a look at BNTX? I feel like there's a play to make on that stock. Seems like it's slow laddering up to 182. I read some DD about it being approved for China. Do I have that on here? That's BCTX. BNTX. And the trend looks really nice. Looks like it's heading back up to like the 170 level. I know that's only like a $5 move, but I mean maybe higher if the upside of that trend continues. It's flattening out a little bit. So yeah, maybe like 173 on the upside. It could potentially move higher. Back to like 190 is a bit of a stretch right now, I think. But if it broke 170, that'd be a pretty good sign. So I'd watch that level pretty closely. Hey, it did fail. Look at that. I was right. She said if I was actually into her, it wouldn't be a problem. Also dropped the L bomb on me. That's when I knew it was over, regardless of the stash. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, Rims and Tims. Did Mark Long buy back his 24s? I don't know. Thanks, don't squanch my score. It's appreciated. We put a lot of effort into it. Are you streaming the earnings call? Yeah. Prior to the halt, 20 million of them traded. It's possible, yeah. It could be profit taking on a lot of the put position. What's an L bomb? Telling someone you love them, Cornub. That's what one mustachioed woman says to a centaur. Wait, don't tell Rims and Tims about that. Thoughts on buying some weeklies before earnings with fun money. Ugh. I'm not a huge fan. 14 months ago, Carvana was trading at $373 a share. Yeah, shorts fucking killed it. Ugh. What a kind of boring day. If a stock becomes too illiquid, do shorts simply walk away? Such as what we've seen happen to DDS. Could that be what we're seeing on GME? I mean, the shorts haven't walked away from DDS. It's still super volatile. It just takes less money to move the price around, right? And yeah, we are seeing that effect on GME. Is it normal to see GME Vega neutral in single digits? I think this is the lowest it's been this year. Thanks, Snufflehog. I appreciate it. When Upstart Vibes? I don't know, man. Soon? Ideally? I'd like to see them in the next 10, 12 trading days. I think employment data and PPI will be bullish. Probably. Yeah, I think CPI will be pretty bullish. PPI, I think everyone already kind of knows it will be. I would say most of the positioning occurring now is for the CPI data, though. Carvana volume's picking up a lot. How long have we been in the bear market? Since like February? When do you see the start of a bull market? 2025 maybe? Maybe. When bounce? What, for SPX? Yeah, it's getting close. Can this fall a little bit more? Hold on. Let me look. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like an okay support level. Do you prefer a memory foam or straw bed? I think my bed has memory foam in it. Or no, it has natural latex. Are you not a fan of GME earnings play because you only think it could go up on positive EPS, which is unlikely? I'm not a fan of a GME earnings play because the price is probably going to drop and IV's going to crush. GME no debt is bullish. It is, like, long term. Better once they start to pull back the rates and reduce RRP. Once on RRP drops, equity, like, capital is going to flow back into the equity markets. Ever consider switching from sub-ohm to Nick salts? That's what these are. This isn't sub-ohm. You sell any GME CC for earnings? No, because there's still a risk of positive EPS. It's just not worth it. Also, the stock's super illiquid and could run hard any day. Yes, it would appear that Carvana is halted again. You know, alternatively, just don't play earnings because you don't know what the outcome will be. I'm not gonna sleep in a straw bed like a fucking farm animal. Thanks for being my investment advisor on the upticks. I'm a therapist on the downticks. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna die. Uh, Regardless of the outcome, institutions will spend it however they want, according to which way it's beneficial for them to take advantage of liquidity. They're just going to try to get some liquidity out of earnings, one way or another. Address the cognitive dissonance. What cognitive dissonance? Is the Upstart play over? No. Kirk hasn't slept in a straw bed since he was born under the North Star and was presented with the gifts of Theta, Delta, and Vega by the three Greek kings. Chastity belt for my portfolios? I have no idea, man. In your opinion, would be the most surprisingly bullish thing that could realistically happen during GME Q3 earnings call? What surprises could be waiting? Maybe we get forward guidance, but probably not. When you're on the centaur farm, centaurs aren't farmed, and I'm not a centaur. What's the difference between centaurs and minotaurs? Oh, Jesus Christ. No, Discord audio shouldn't be down, Mojo. Positive cash flow would be insane. But yeah, but do you know how unlikely that is? RC spends the whole time talking about his new book. Is selling CSPs into earnings bad? No, but probably not very worth it. Eh. Yields are okay. I'd be sure earnings is usually very bullish. What's the harm in throwing a few dollars at some weeklies in case it does pop? Low risk, high reward. It'd be high risk, high reward. I don't give a shit what you do. If you want to buy fucking weeklies before earnings, go nuts. Do you think whatever news comes out of the NFT wallet shouldn't have much of an effect on price? No, because their NFT marketplace doesn't make any fucking money. I don't I don't know if centaurs have two peens yet. We never really nailed that one down. So what price do you think Jimmy will drop after earnings, since it's already in the range you anticipated? It's in the upper part of the range I anticipated. It could still drop down to like the $21 level. I think below that's, if it were to fall below that, it's not very sustainable. Are you worried about Baba? I mean, I'm not happy about it. But I can average down and roll it out if I need to. What do you see needing to happen for Jimmy to retain the C-suite for share price, and what they need to do to bring it there? They need to get SG&A down and revenues up. Yeah. I forgot to bounce off 39.40. It did, and then it failed. I'm just curious how you're thinking about this. I'm not. I could give a shit less. Good morning, Dad. Been away for a couple of days. What I miss? Am I gonna be poor forever? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, you shouldn't be. Although, I don't know anything about your spending or saving habits. Isn't Fubo a long-term deep value play? Yes. Also, centaurs only have one peen. Only human part is the lower abdomen and up. Interesting. How far could they bend at the waist? I don't know about that. That seems very ineffective. The current drop is silly. I agree that the current drop in oil is kind of unsubstantiated. Still got that job for me. What job? I don't remember. Hey Greg, I hope you feel better soon. I just want to let you know, however, I can see your soul leaving your body today with these questions. Take care. Thanks, Snake Whips. Why Neo? In the next 6 months, I wouldn't really want to be buying a lot of anything. Except maybe puts. Great CPI coming. Great news for the market. SPY going to new highs fast. Buy the dip. We'll see. I've already bought the dip pretty extensively. Do you sell CCs on Upstart? Not right now, but yeah, I was for a while. None right now. 28, or do you think it has mid-20s in it again? It could hit the mid-20s. I've been selling CSPs on it, just slightly out of the money. If it falls back under like 28, potentially there's another opportunity to get it around like 26.50. But I have $28 CSPs right now. That are open for the 16th. These movements on SPX are like the biggest of boys making tons of money and everyone else getting shafted, or is that always just the story? I think it's just a lot of repositioning leading into PPI and CPI data. It's choppy and volatile. It's dangerous to play. It can be profitable if you nail it, but very risky. Thor Muy Bueno. Thank you so much, man. Does selling CCs down by the seashore? Does Sally sell CCs down by the seashore? I don't know. I don't know Sally. Buy dip on what? Jamie, Upstart? Buy whatever the fuck you want, man. Don't ask me. Welcome to the chair and stack emporium. Come for the questions, stay for the degeneracy. Also, how Moonwind? I don't know, probably dead. Did you plan to roll or assign on Upstart December 16s? I don't have any Upstart December 16s. Oh, for the puts? Those are for Friday. I could roll them out to the 16th. I think the only CSVs I have open are $17, 12.9. I sold them in the money. They're actually up a little bit right now. Although the rising implied volatility is hindering that a bit. They don't have a dividend on Bugaton. They used to a long time ago. Hey Gork, I just got out of a meeting. I didn't catch if you already discussed this with Jamie's earnings coming up. Has RC turned the company around? No, not yet. I do have a frog in my throat, average Joe. How can I get my NFT dividend that RC promised us in his cryptic 741 tweets? Dear God. I don't think they're gonna get Jamie that much lower, but they just want liquidity, right? Why is everyone so worried about earnings? Where did this come from? Oh, Mike's back in here off his fucking meds again. Can Upstart go lower? Sure. You see another test of 3960 on SPX today? It's possible. Like I said, we're just gonna probably chop sort of in this fairly narrow range. Tomorrow might add some directionality with the jobs report. But all the delta neutral positioning is going to keep the price pretty static. Friday we'll probably start to see some drift depending on which way that positioning is leaning. Friday in the early part of the day will move with whatever PPI data results indicate, and then we'll see a shitload more delta neutral positioning into the end of the day Friday for CPI next week. I guess we could have like a couple days of move from PPI, but it's gonna just lead right into more neutral positioning for CPI, right? So if we do get a pop, it probably will be short lived. What DRS number do you think will be announced at earnings? I don't give a flying fuck. I don't know, 80 million, something like that. Who needs meds? The voices give me someone to talk to all day. I'm holding 0 DT SPX 3900p. Why so far out of the money? Kind of a risky proposition. I'm not saying we can't test 3900. It's definitely in the cards. But it would have to slide quite a bit. Let's see. It's the... Ooh, yeah. The neutral positioning right around our current price at 39.50 is getting really strong. Gamma's almost flat on either side of us now. I don't know if I showed anyone this morning, but here, let me kidding me, right? It's fucking useless. Is that a new update? No, it's the same update. Let me see what the 0 DT looks like. Higher strikes are starting to build up some interest too. 0 GT, yeah, just flat. Like 39.45, 39.55 are pretty flat. We pick up some bullish momentum above 39.60. We pick up some bearish momentum. Actually, there really isn't any bearish momentum. I guess 39.25, 39.20. But it falls off really fast. 3900 is actually pretty weak today. I don't think too many people are betting hard on the downside. And it looks like 39.30 is about the bottom of the the strong negative gamma. Ow. Fuck. Sounding better. I'm not fucking feeling better. Who are you training to replace you in the event of your untimely demise? No one. It'll make us sad, but there has to be someone out there that you're passing the torch to. Nope. What have you DM'd me? Pee pee poo poo from Carl. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. I just want the JFresh curve to be accurate. I'd time him out to calm him down, but it'd be cool. What curve? What's he posting in the fucking poor chat? If Computershare really wanted the big bucks, they would show end-of-day DRS numbers for all the companies they are a transfer agent for. I mean, I'm sure they do, but probably the hedge funds who pay them for the data, right? I already checked the fucking DMs. No, we're not talking about Matt. Are you gonna unlock Warden's cage before you pass? Is he gonna take over the stream? That would be the worst. No. Are you selling any puts on Upstart? I have puts out on Upstart at 17 that I sold yesterday. So are we just bouncing between 39.50 and 39.30 for the rest of the day on SPX? Pretty much. Unless if we can break above 39.60, then there's some upside, but I don't see us doing that right now. Yeah, that's not happening, Eric. Spy crash time? No. Spy stable boring time? Please no. Why does Pi-Fi need I don't need an air. I need food is what I need. I need to eat something. What should I eat? I want to order something with a good slurp factor. I'm not gonna eat your nuts, Carl. Empanadas? Egg drop soup? I have like a container of hot and sour soup that I got yesterday. But I don't want to heat anything up right now. Black garlic ramen, tastiest ramen on planet Earth. It's okay. Spaghetti and meatballs. Not unless I can share them with someone and have like a Lady and the Tramp moment. Tonkotsu? Yeah, I prefer that. Or miso. I like miso ramen a lot. You haven't made your proprietary Pickle Man Nut Munch in a while. What's the deal? I don't know. I just I haven't been in like eating a lot of nut lately. For dry aged ribeye or wet aged? Dry aged. Were you not here for the nut mix, Nick? Exactly. Pterodactyl. Also, no November and all. You can't just have nut mix in November. People get triggered. What the fuck is Wayback Burger? Why does it take 7 hours to get to me? It's a fucking super unreasonable time frame. Our daycare told us this morning that they don't want my daughter to come when she's in a bad mood. Since you babysit me all day, any chance you can add one more to the mix? I can pay pickles. I mean, if you want to plop your daughter in front of a TV all day so she can learn about centaurs and ex-girlfriends with mustaches, I can't stop you, but I don't recommend it. Am I gonna be poor again? I don't know. You tell me. The Girk Blippy arc. Does it have to be decent entry points on Fruberto, correct? Yeah, it's very cheap. It's a nice price. I don't really know if I like being referred to as Uncle Pickle. Pickle Guy. Why does it have to be related? When I was a little kid, I was always creeped out by strangers who like call themselves my uncle. Be like, you're not fucking related to me. Or other families where people like, I don't know. It seemed weird. Hey, Girk, it's me, Uncle Stranger. Yeah, exactly. It totally flies in the face of stranger danger. You know, I still contest that your job as a parent is to feed your children and ideally keep them from being molested. And labeling strangers with familiar terms like uncle is probably not a good way to facilitate their safety. Last time I met an Uncle Pickle, I woke up with my pants on backwards and covered in brine. As a child, did your uncles keep pinning you down and forcing you to say their names? No. That sounds like an experience unique to you. Pickle Financial. So wholesome. Don't kid yourself. Sadly, much of the time, danger comes from not strangers. Yeah, because they've been called uncle, and the kids think they're safe. You have to teach your children that anybody that they don't know presents risk. You got to teach them risk management from a young age. See, when I was a kid, I hedged that by just telling every available adult everything every other adult did all the time. I remember when I was like 7, I went over to one of my friends' houses for like a play date. Well, their apartment. And their dad had a camcorder on a tripod in the living room. And I was like, that's fucking weird. So I told his wife, my teacher at school, and my mom. So I'm embarrassed, but can you just list the 2 things parents should do again? I just had a kid, and I think I'm only doing one of those. Thanks. Um, oh boy. I mean, make sure you're feeding them, Ghost of Dan. Yeah, he wore Hawaiian shirts. I didn't trust him right off the bat. Like, for a dad, he was too involved in playtime. He was bald. I don't know if that made him less trustworthy, but it might have. My parents joke about how proud they are that they didn't let my brother and I dry out like pet frogs and stuff, too. They kept you well hydrated. My parents made sure I was only molested by strangers and not relatives. At least you're comfortable sharing your trauma, Popcorn Trader. Did you tell before or after you started the video, Gurk Diggler? What's up, Double Down? Are you still recovering from the BBBY conspiracy theories you have about me? Or are you over them now? They spritz us with a fine mist of water every morning like good parents. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, it's always good to keep the humidity levels balanced in your home. Jesus Christ. Baba wants to recover, but it's not. I'm over it, broke. Everything's great. It's good to have you back. Is placing a GPS tracker on your child same like a stop loss? Probably. Can you microchip your children? Is that allowed? Elon does. My parents would hide single plain Cheerios around the house for us to find in order to teach us how to survive in the wild. Was it Is that how you got into tasting wild mushrooms? Licking wild frogs. Well, you were just trying to keep them moist, right? You didn't want them to. You didn't want them to dry out, right? Why did Stefan get timed out? Did he even say anything? My mom spanked me with a wooden spoon, taught me risk management. Oh fuck. What's that? The Gookiad or something like that? I can't remember. I remember hearing tales of nonas beating their children with giant wooden spoons, but I've never seen one, nor been able to buy one. If anybody knows where I can purchase a giant wooden spoon, that'd be great. It's awesome for sauces and stirring large pots. All of them seem to be about the same size and not very big. Maybe it's just because you're a child at the time and you think the spoon is gigantic, but really it's normal size. So your perception is skewed. Are puts worth holding through earnings tonight? I mean, if you think the price is going to drop. Cost of Bar and Beyond is near 200% and still on threshold. Yeah, and they can still dump a bunch of liquidity into any run, and their CFO bites people's ears off. Oh, and they have listeria at their manufacturing plant. And no one wants to eat their overpriced, disgusting fake meat. Yeah, but at least you'd think Stefan would have said something before he got timed out. Instead, he just got timed out. This one time at a house party, we hid Hot Pockets all throughout the house. The kid whose house it was got in major trouble because the mom went to the shower and her soap was a Hot Pocket. That's how you get third-degree burns. Get a mash paddle. Ooh, that's for brewing, right? Yeah. I contend that nobody was ever beaten with a spoon. GameStop has giant wooden spoons. I used to get spanked with flip flops a lot, or as Mexican families call them, chanclas, right? Is it chancla? Latin American. It was just I I knew it was coming because all of a sudden my mom or grandma's flip flop would just be in their hand. And I was like, oh shit, I did something wrong. And I'd run. I don't know how the flip flop got from their foot to their hand so quickly. It's like it teleported. Ugh, I'm late to the party today, so sorry if you covered this. Do you think they slam Jimmy further tomorrow? You think the day today was the day? Same question for SPX. How's OI look? Very boring. SPX looks like it's gonna be very, very boring. Probably for a little while. Couple days at least. GME, they could drop it more. I mean, they can keep shorting it. They haven't even hit the lending pool hard yet. The liquidity's starting to dry up almost everywhere else. They've been hitting XRT really, really hard ever since they got it off threshold. But even that's kind of, it's running low. But I want animals to be killed for my meat. That's what makes it meat. Chocola's and hands are quantum entangled. It's a superposition. The extra context is in your DM since you didn't see. Of course it's allowed. World Economic Forum has been trying to microchip the entire world population for over a decade. I wish I had a microchip. It'd be so much easier to monitor my vital stats. I just go to the doctor instead of like them putting the cuff on me and sticking a thermometer in my mouth. They just scan my chip and they know everything. And that's what I want. I want the speed of information from me and to everyone who wants to know anything about me to be instantaneous. I can scan it and just be like, ah, guess what? You've got cancer and you're a little fatter than you were last week. Early detection is key. Girk just lost the PETA crowd. I don't think I ever had them. You think a vegan could be a stock trader? I mean, sure. Alexa, what's my weight? I like pita bread. It's decent. Fresh. You got to make it fresh. That shit that they dust and flour and put in bags and sell at grocery stores is terrible. Hey dude, are you at all worried about Jimmy's price action today? Not even a little bit. Genuinely curious if there's a price point you care about. Yes, $6.43 is very concerning for me. Was JPM's collar rule always bullish for the market? It's more that everyone tries to follow their trade, but it's not always bullish. It's generally short-term bearish and then more bullish. I mean, like a collar is, it's kind of like you're bullish, but you don't know. Liver King has a 12. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. I don't know who Liver King is. Dang it, you just made my Alexa go off. That's what you get for talking shit earlier. This weekend, digital download consisting of copious amounts of liquor and Taco Bell. What's up, turd? Can confirm my dog is bullish and he doesn't know he has a collar. If Rev actually gets bought out, what do you think a fair valuation of the share price would be? That depends on how much they value the distressed assets and how much debt they're gonna need to pay off. But I could see like a couple. I mean, potentially a couple billion is probably what they would want. Um, they might get 5 to 800 million. Does JPM ever just dump the color and not roll it? No. Yeah, who are all these people that keep coming in here saying, buy the spy dip, great data coming? We have spy pump bots now? This dude's name is Rodrigo Khan. There was another one earlier. Something Montoya. It's the Fed. Beep, boop, beep, Zom 130, boop, boop, boop. With all this Alexa talk, do you think Bezos is freaking out since he's super short GME? I doubt it. JPM is the one saying SPX to 3000, right? Maybe they're trying to bear trap everyone on their next roll. They just rolled it like the other day. I don't know what the new strikes are, but they're higher. They rolled it up. It's crazy to think there's going to be a day where we break below 4,000. It'll be the last time we see 4,000 for like 2 years. It's probably going to happen though. What if instead of toes, humans had toe-sized dingles instead? I mean, some humans do, chicken tender daddy. Emergency exit, hazy. That's why they're together. What a healthy relationship. Yeah, rubbing their toes together. I feel like that's what's happening on GMEs. They're literally just buying weekly puts and forcing the MM to operationally short. Probably willing to do this until it gets dicey from a reg show standpoint. Or until they have to start hitting the borrowing pool and call buyers come in. We all know that if GME's borrow rate spikes back up to like 20, 30, 40%, everyone's going to start YOLOing calls, right? They know that too. So I think maybe we start to see them hit the lending pool with earnings, right? This is the time. The time is nigh. They need to tap it. There's not a lot in it, but if they want that call pressure built to the upside to help with volatility, sooner's better than later. Ooh. Man, none of the food looks near me looks very appetizing at all right now. Quiznos is still in business? Cat ripping. Uh, Up a little bit. Do you ever talk to that AI chat GPT? No. Hmm. Someone just bought a bunch of that. Dow rocketing? Not really. Curious. Some kind of news? A big move. This is why you don't short cat. Sorry for trolling. I'm at home with the kids today, and y'all are keeping me sane. Thanks, RC, for moving earnings to my day off. That was pretty nice of him. You should send him a thank you, like, card or letter. We're at 500, 800 million valuation and 55 million shares outstanding. It's about $9 a share. Bullish. Bullports and Rev restructures debt gets relisted. You have to wait 3 years to break even. Yeah, that would be the longer path. I would prefer a buyout on Rev. Sava? Ooh, nice. Up 8%. Things are doing stuff. I like it. There's no such thing as a good entry for cat pits. I know you said you didn't eat paella with Ken in Florida, but let's be honest, how was it? Was it good? Also, how was Disney World? Did you have fun? We weren't invited. We just had to go on Larry's boat and rub his feet with lotion again in order to get our bonus checks. I mean, this channel has no affiliation with any major financial institutions. Puerto Rican food? Oh, that's new. I'll have to try that place. I wonder if they have rice and beans. They don't? What the fuck? They don't have rice and beans on their menu at all. They have plantains, but they're like battered? That sounds disgusting. I'm not gonna eat that shit. I hate it when people try to upgrade poor people food. I bought myself a pizza tonight. Is it delivery or is it DiGiorno's? sure they aren't listed in Spanish? Yes. So I've dated enough Puerto Rican women to confidently say that they have no rice and beans on their menu at all. Arroz y frijoles. Usually it would be listed as like habichuelas guisadas. Or guisadas. My pronunciation's not great. How large of an I told you so smug grin are you gonna have when Upstart rockets? I'm just gonna turn the stream off. I'll probably trade the run so much better if you do that. I'm not Mexican or Persian. Do you have a Sumo Maya in New York? It's Japanese Mexican fusion. Really good, actually. I think I went to a place like that in LA. Well, it wasn't in LA, but it was like on the outskirts of LA. It was pretty good. Weird, but pretty good. If PBI and CPI are strong, what range could we be looking at for SPY next week? Test the upper 408 level. I haven't really been paying attention to SPY, but yeah, I mean 405 is probably a stronger target. I could get ramen, but that ramen place isn't very. The ramen place that delivers to me is awful, and the good ramen place doesn't do deliveries, which is infuriating. No problem, dude. Can you get me the measurements you need for the custom wooden spoon, or can you just send them directly to my brother, Detective John Shaft? Is Carvana going bankrupt? No, they're renegotiating their debt. Tonkotsu. I like miso better than either one. Try Marufuku on 2nd Avenue. Okay. HCP doing things. Yeah. It's got earnings today, right? Yeah, they also have earnings today. Hmm. Has cat even fallen $1? Just barely. What else is moving today? Ooh, wheat's up today. Exciting. Snap is up? Oh, someone tell emergency exit that Macy's is pumping again. We start rolling out your Jan upstart calls to March. If it doesn't run before Christmas or before that, probably. Yeah, I'll probably start rolling them out around December 21st ish. That's super cool, NetDog. So like a consomme based ramen, or is he just putting like tonkotsu broth on tacos? Which way? I don't know which way the fusion's leaning. There's a small little place that sells pizzas, 500 feet from my apartment. It's really good, nice too. It's cheap. €8 compared to 8 to 15 in other places. How do they get their costs so low? Maryland banned all state employees from having TikTok. Snap's gonna pop if this catches on. We'll see. Broth, not tacos. Oh, okay. So like a beef consomme ramen. That sounds really good, actually. Rich though, Jesus Christ. I'd get tacos, but they're not good delivered. Like I have to go. I'd have to go get them. I don't really feel very good still. Should roll my R's. Bria. I'm gonna roll all my R's from now on. You only roll double R's. Grr. SPX and a bear flag? Yeah. Yes. Short time frame, but yeah. Parents looking to speak with a financial planner from their church. What should I ask him to convince my parents he's a shill? Ask him what his rate of return is over the last 6 months. He'd have to be honest about it. Want to know how I know you're Italian? The way you say farfalle and ricotta and other things. Hispanic folks do the same thing with their native food pronunciations. Interesting. I've heard people call it farfalle, which honestly is a more appealing pronunciation. Ask him if he likes BBBY and Revlon. Ask him about his tea. How much would Ivy go up on Upstart Jan 510Cs if it were to go 10 to 15% above GM intraday? A lot. Like they're very high on the IV smile already. So implied volatility increases more rapidly on them. And they're far enough dated if they're Jan 2024 510s that they have a fairly decent amount of Vega. So a solid multiplier as well. Yeah, the premiums can move up quite a bit. Get some sashimi. Maybe. Still, that's like another thing I really don't like to have delivered. "30-minute RSI Upstart tells a story of desperation from the shorts, suppression after suppression. They'll have to give in at some point, right? Yeah. Future buyers. No, that's like American Italians where they drop the vowel at the end of the word and they say shit like regot. That's New Jersey, you know? Or the Bronx. I'm sure there's a dialect in like southern Italy or something that does that. Italy has like 50 different dialects. You just buy a case of cupcakes. Huh. Get some tomato-based soup delivered and make homemade grilled cheese for dipping. I don't want to cook anything. I'm streaming. I volunteer as a tribute for you to practice R rolling on double R's. Oh, Jesus. What dialect of Italian does Mario speak? Japanese. BN for GM is around 5. Is it likely to get there? No. It's really not. If it does, I'll buy a lot of it. He's from Japan. Borscht. Ugh. I'm sorry, Eastern European food is the peak of poverty food. It's all just soups where the broth is water. Pierogies are good. They're okay. Thoughts on selling next weekly $22 CSPs on GME to capture post-earnings IV crush? Probably not terrible. I'd be careful with the $22 strike. And then the ones below that aren't, it's not worth very much. If you want to buy more GME in that price range, it's not a bad idea. But you could get assigned. Doner kebab? Uh, maybe. You could get falafel. Ice soup. What's special about Italian Florentine steak? What do you think it compares to traditional American style steak? I mean, I think the cows they use are supposed to be better. There's like a specific cow. I forget the breed. But they make it, it's like, it's almost, it's not veal, but it's like closer to veal. If SPX goes back down to the 3,400 range, will Jimmy go with it or go negative beta? And Jimmy will probably stabilize on the drop. Uh, Jimmy generally doesn't have that big of a downside move in it, right? Like, there's a lot of buyers for GameStop, especially if it goes sub 20. I've never eaten a camel. I've had alligator and snake, like rattlesnake. One was in a stew, and the other was fried as like a nugget. The snake was in a stew. The alligator was fried. They both sucked. They're like a bad fish chicken meat. If we MOASS after hours today, I'll miss you. Thanks, JC. Not a Centauri American. Have you had chicken of the cave, aka bat meat? One of Afghanistan's national dishes. No, I would never eat a bat. They're disgusting. But it's not really as firm as chicken, right? It's like soft chicken. It's the texture that kills me on it. Not for long, chicken tender daddy. Is GME sub 20 better to sell at the money CSP or buy 2024 leaps? Suppose you're indifferent to getting more shares. Is one preferable to the other? You could do both. You could sell at the money CSPs and use the credit to buy 2024 leaps. It's called a long combo. The 4210 window closes on the 15th. What do you want me to discuss about them? They're just different deferral cases. Different rules that cover different potentially usable deferrals. They have things called Rex codes, and they can kind of select from the ones that are applicable to their situation, and then they file with FINRA. If FINRA grants them the extension, then they have until whatever date predefined by the extension to settle the position. On Daily DD earlier this week, you changed the timeline for SPX possible lows over the next 6 months and moved 3,400 beyond the end of March. Is that because the positive gamma on the chain? I didn't move 3,400 below the end of March. I can show you the chart. I have it right here. I changed this early last week. But this is just the range of expectations, right? We could start meeting this earlier, and we've already fallen halfway into this range. But my shorter dated puts are in this range. My longer dated puts that are March and beyond are in this range. I'm buying all of those puts here in the peak, right? So, I mean, the downside range is really that. But I expect it could take, for us to hit like the 3,800 level could take a little bit longer. We can still move up like into the end of the year before coming down into the earnings periods. But you would need farther dated puts to capture this potential drop off, right? Are they like T30, etc.? 3, 7, 14, 30. Hopefully, through the process of elimination, we can figure out which, or at least narrow down which ones they're using. There aren't a lot that grant a 30-day extension. There aren't very many that grant a 14-day extension. So, yeah, and being able to narrow that down will help us in the future if we have settlement that falls on or near a holiday, right? Doesn't it make the most sense that they use the 30-day SEC deferral? Doesn't seem ideal to cover November OPEX a week before December OPEX versus doing it all at once. If they got the 30-day deferral, they would cover November OPEX during December OPEX. That would have been the same one that was used in March. Do you see any potential catalysts for a flash crash? Another Ukraine Russia thing, China riots? I mean, there's a lot of them. Treasuries, I still think, are the most likely source of a crash. Illiquidity in the treasury market's still a big problem. And the Fed's still moving forward with rate increases. I disagree. 0DT 3800 puts will work. I think 0DT 3900 puts aren't even gonna print today. I just want some rev. Pretty happy to bring my cost average from before the delisting down. Nice. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait till before the next omnibus hearing, towards the end of January, before I average down. But sometime between now and then, I'm gonna buy some more just because I want to get my cost basis on it down. No, yeah, I wrote like a big thing about it in Pickles Picks, de-engineer. That was like the initial basis for the thesis of the market melting up, which so far it's been doing. But basically, vintage treasuries are becoming harder and harder to move in the treasuries market because the yields are so high on the short dated treasuries, which leaves institutions with a lot of their capital difficult to move in the treasuries market. Reduces the number of potential buyers, right? Not that liquidity can't be provided in that market and there can't be quantitative easing, there can. But it's still a big risk. And generally, if a run on treasuries occurs, it kind of occurs all at once. And that would be very bad. If you could clone yourself, do you think you would get along with you? Probably not. Superman. Why does it feel like the market is kind of choppy? Almost as if there is an FOMC later today or CPI tomorrow morning. Only thing I know of tonight is GME earnings. Must be important. No, there's unemployment data tomorrow, which is pretty important. Beginning of December unemployment data. There's PPI on Friday, right? So 2 days back to back of kind of uncertain and very important data. And then CPI on Tuesday. I think we're going to see a lot of straddles and strangles and a lot of chop. I think this is gonna. We might have some breakouts and our ranges may shift as we move across the three data sets. But I think ultimately nothing's really going to be decided until at least CPI or possibly the December Fed decision. So this could carry on for a few days. I think the overnight straddles are good because our ranges will shift, right? Like if we have a increase in unemployment tomorrow, like the market could move up, right? Expecting some easing from the Fed, and then we can maybe move up into like the 39.60, 39.90 level, right? And then delta neutral positioning is going to be built up around that level for PPI the following day, right? And then say PPI is not that great and we move back down to like 39.20, 39.50, right? And then, you know, straddles are set up in that range going into CPI, and then CPI is bullish and we move up to, you know, like 30.80 to 40.20. And then we get locked into that range again until, like, I think the market's going to trade very much like that over the next several days. Thank you, by the way. I have 37.50, 36.50p for Jan that are currently up around 30%. I'm thinking of selling this today if we get down to 3,900, and then repositioning out to March, April on our next push up. Yeah, for any nearer dated stuff, I wouldn't be too afraid of taking profits. Like I also have some like shorter dated spy puts that I'm kind of taking some profits on, like December 30s and a few Jans. Um, I'm not worried about taking profits on them, but I've taken some. I think there'll be another decent opportunity to reposition. Is the call chain filling out between 39.25 and 39.50? No, it's still pretty flat because all of the positioning is fairly neutral, right? No one knows what the data is going to bring tomorrow, and so everyone's just trying to hedge both sides. I've been very nice lately, basically a non-troll. Why did you not read? I did read your milestone chat. The fuck? Are the dinner rolls at Texas Fairhacks considered bread because they're rolls, or cupcakes because they're so sweet? Both. I mean, sugar's addictive. Got to keep people coming back. Got to give the sugar away for free. Use it to sell the food. If there are enough clones, you could contest every election on the planet. Yeah, I don't want that many of me existing. I just want to understand that you're. I just want to say that your understanding of the markets compared to pretty much anyone else that have Discord's groups is significantly vast. I love your database approach. Thanks, the engineer. I appreciate that, man. All I know is that when I start seeing nuclear war and margin call tweets from Twitter news, it's a good time for calls. I don't know, maybe it's getting kind of illiquid. Hey Girk, what are you anticipating for GME earnings later? Guessing you already went over this. If you don't want to again, I got an approximation of when in stream you did. Oh, I'm thinking probably continued miss on revenue expectations. I'd be surprised if we beat. EPS might be a surprise, but I doubt it'll be positive. I think we'll see an effort to reduce SG&A, but the drops in SG&A won't be as significant as they were last quarter due to the need to acquire inventory into the holiday season. I highly doubt we're gonna see positive free cash flow. I kind of doubt we're gonna see positive EPS, but we could surprise on EPS. So maybe we see EPS at like 0.25, negative 0.25 or 0.24 or something like that. 39.60, baby, or just more chop. Have we watched any of the new Willow TV series? Unfortunately, Val is not in it. I know he's not. No, I haven't. Is it all out yet? I was kind of waiting till the whole season was out because I knew it was coming out like episodically, and I fucking hate that. If I'm gonna watch it, I just want to spend 8 hours watching it. Think any hope for forward guidance? I mean, we got some right in that interview. That's the most forward guidance we've ever gotten on GME. What's your opinion on the Doomsday Clock? Currently hundreds to midnight. What do you think Doomsday will be? Uh, I don't think we're gonna get one. Probably climate change and water drying up. That's the most likely one. Permafrost melting, releasing shitloads of methane into the atmosphere and killing us all. It's okay. We had a good run. Personally, I'm holding out for giant death robots. Well, if Elon Musk uh, and Mark Zuckerberg get together, they can finally create the ultimate digital sexual experience and ensure that the human race ends and the lizard people can take over. So, and only half of that statement is a lie. No, it's Zuckerberg's in charge of the visual experience in the metaverse. Elon's going to put a chip in your brain that makes you feel things. Boom. I crave the virtual bussy. So many monkeys are going to die. Yeah, from whiting themselves to death. Hey, Gurk, apparently D-Day for my billionaires today. I'm sorry for being such a pain, and I'm sorry for being a Fubo bear every day. Buying a house has financially ruined me in the short term. Praying Fubo can bring me back. I mean, you got time. Just be patient with your cover calls. I don't care if you're bearish on it in the short term. It's all good, Natty. I just like giving you shit. Mostly because you sell Fubo CCs and then get very upset about selling Fubo CCs. I don't know how accurate this was, but an article claimed 1,500 animals died from Elon's neuro company. I have no idea. Are the dinner rolls at Texas Roadhouse considered bread? Because what we went over this. See, I answered when you asked me the first time. Thanks for another month of being my financial advisor. I'm not your financial advisor, but like I said before, you've got to sell the sugar. You give the sugar away to sell the food. It's genius. It's a great plan. People are fat, and they love getting fat immediately at the beginning of their meals. And you give them as much of that cheap sugar as you feasibly can. Like no one's going there and just eating the rules and like a water, right? Although I wonder if you could get away with that. The rolls do come before you order. You can just delay ordering and get a free basket of rolls. Boom. That's how you guys can offset your theta decay. For the past 3 weeks, I've been more upset not selling CCs. I mean, it's getting kind of volatile. It's just risky, right? Like you you'll get an opportunity to sell CCs when it's actually worthwhile, and that'll make up for all the time that you haven't risked your entire position below your cost basis, right? You mentioned PPI tomorrow. No, PPI is on Friday. Unemployment's tomorrow. So unemployment, PPI, nothing, CPI. Please make SPY go down. Oh, that's probably not going to do that either. PhD students do. We're broke. I don't think you invented just eating the free bread. No, probably not. You talk of IV crush regarding GME and earnings, but isn't IV relatively low? Yes. And specifically with regard to proximity to earnings, how much crush could there really be? 10, 15%? We could hit another like IV bottom at like 84%, which would be about a 20% drop. I don't know if it would persist into the end of day tomorrow, but we could. So you're just drinking liquid bread and eating bread? So unemployment's still important enough to cause market volatility. I don't think it's going to cause a lot of volatility, but it can shift the range that straddles and strangles are being set up in. So I think the market's very much going to kind of trade in ranges over the next few days, right? Like a flow chart, and the range will either shift up or down. And then PPI. And then CPI. And like as you see, these will start to normalize, right? Over time. And then Fed decision after that. IV crush magnitude is inversely proportional to liquidity generally. Yeah, you are correct. So you're saying there's nothing Texas about Texas Roadhouse? So you can stair step back up with each piece of good data, or stair step up, then down, then up, then down, right? Like it just depends on how good the data is, right? I think if we hit runners, like PPI is good, CPI is good, we'll start moving up, right? Like, we'll those brackets will trade upwards, and then straddles will be set up, we'll move up, straddles will be set up, move up, straddles will be set up, right? But they may not go that way, right? You could get like this. What time is unemployment tomorrow? And PPI is on Friday, not CPI. Tomorrow's, I think it's at 8:30. Jobless claims. Yeah, jobless claims are tomorrow at 8:30. PPI's at 8:30. Also, on Friday, and then Tuesday next week at 8:30, we have core inflation year over year, and well, we have all the inflation data at 8:30. There's nothing Roadhouse about Texas Roadhouse either. What if they were able to acquire the remains of one Patrick Swayze? Straddling has been good to me. Holy, I can't believe I haven't done it before. It's good in bear markets because there's a lot of price volatility. Generally speaking, like in a very directional market, it's not as good. So as the volatility dies down in a bear market, which does eventually happen when liquidity comes back, straddles become really bad. And in bull markets, there's no point, right? You just buy calls. So there's opportunities. Like right now is a very good one. I think almost if you'd straddled SPX overnight pretty much any day for the last fucking 5 months, you'd have made money. Still need to find something to eat. What time is it? 1 o'clock? Oh, Upstart just got some big volume. Straddling Spy isn't as good because the notional moves aren't as large. It's okay. I mean, you can still make some money doing it, but it's definitely not going to be as profitable. Price volatility scales down across like derivatives of, so you have like futures, then SPX, then like XSP, and then like SPY. When I get shadow banned, it gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling.
I love you, mods. The mods don't shadow ban people. YouTube can. The straddling spy a good alternative if you don't have the capital straddles. True regarding overnight straddles, but a challenge to decide how long to keep a losing leg open. Yeah, I mean, depending on how much theta you can buy, you don't always have to do that. But sure. I mean, generally speaking, the most effective way to manage a straddle is to, cut the losing leg immediately and attempt to manage the winning leg, right? Maximize profits on the winning side. Not so many options to go with that candle. You can check the time in sales. Might just be one big block order. I'm starting to had a few block orders over the last few days, so it wouldn't surprise me. God, Shake Shack is disgusting. Um, sorry, I'm just trying to find something to eat. So what are the levels of dry that we're now achieving on Upstart? It's pretty fucking dry. It's starting to they're starting to like recycle liquidity like they're doing on GME. I posted it in the daily today, JC. Yeah, they announced there was an announcement in pre-market about debt restructuring for Carvana. What's more disgusting, Shake Shack or Tarable? That's a weird comparison to make. Shorts are future liars. No big blocks? Huh. Interesting. Singaporean, Malaysian food? Not close to me now. I swear to God, it's like no one has a fucking menu anymore. They all just sell one item. Like, this place only sells quesadillas. What if you only sell one item and the item you sell isn't that good? It's a big risk. Ace Ventura, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. What if Jimmy comes out and says they'll release shares and Jimmy opens his 15, his SS panics and sells? Really unlikely this early. Their C-suite would fucking leave if they dilute the float at these prices, man. Not sure you've read the message. The pizza is so cheap because the place is old, not renovated, low maintenance. But the ingredients are not low quality and the dough doesn't bloat you. Huh. Interesting. That's cool. Maybe those places are just part of Big Ghost Kitchen. Oh, I don't order from those. I don't trust that shit. If they don't like before I order from a place I haven't eaten at, I'll always like make sure that they have like a physical address, and that's how you get food poisoning. I just sharded bullish question mark. Maybe Mr. Grey Pubes. Superman, did you hear my response to your milestone chat? After you condemned me before giving a chance to read it? Dick. What the fuck is wrong with this app today? I'm on like Grubhub right now, and it's like, are you craving Japanese food? And it's 5 pizza places. Well, if I was, that wouldn't be the place to get it. The fucking AI's on the fritz. You read so many other chats, I got worried and just asked. You're still a dick, but a forgiven dick. What are the condiments doing? Kind of just not touching each other, staying very far away from each other because they're all super illiquid. It's so like let's keep going with this metaphor. You know when you're like about out of ketchup and you're like squeezing it and it's just like pfft, and it's just spraying ketchup droplets out, right? There's no like steady stream of ketchup anymore. That's the point at which liquidity on GME currently is. That's how I say it. Get over it. You want me to say mustard? Mustard better? It works with any squeeze bottle. Mayonnaise, mustard, catsup, ketchup. Ugh.
Sup, cat? $101 counterparties take 2.152 trillion at Fed Reserve repo. Nice. I'm feeling bullish. Is this normal? I don't know, JFresh. Generally, no. Usually you're pretty bearish on everything. Real talk, you taught me about liquidity exchange via ETFs, and that's priceless. Mayo same like salad cream? No. That shit's disgusting. Miracle Whip is the foulest substance on the planet. JFresh is just super disillusioned to the stock market, which has made him all kinds of cynical. It really has. I'm waiting for him to recover. It's a phase. Everyone goes through it. Bloomberg terminal malfunctions again. Doesn't seem to be able to take a hint. No, mayo's not about mayonnaise isn't about it tasting good. It's just food lube, right? You're just lubricating your food so it slides down your throat more easily. DFE says hi, guys. Tell me so. What's up? GME do buyback if they think they'll be profitable. Absolutely fucking not. Same like cream cheese. Yeah. I thought about saying gullet, Fluffiosa. But I wanted to say throat. Where's the throat goat? Where's Danrod? Why won't RC make GME do a buyback and pump and dump? Why would they do a buyback? They need the money, man. Do you want them to release shares? Or do you... What about QP? Just lubricant as well? I mean, it has more flavor, but yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, same like cream cheese, same like butter. Yeah, all throat lubricants. That's what my husband says, but I don't think he's talking about mayo. Hmm, maybe not. From the massive flip for form synthetic short to long on Upstart yesterday, why do you theorize that MM didn't hedge it yet? They don't have to. They may have. I mean, it was a big move, but how much hedging do they need to do? The delta reverts, I guess. I don't think there's a lot of exposure for the market maker on that shift. I think most of it was fairly out of the money. YouTube can send me a list of non-offensive words I can't say. Probably not. Can you give us a quick haiku about the market? Frothy wintertime, a preferred short stock buying on the futures. There we go. Nailed it. Are there any correlations to GME earnings and OPEX? Not really. Not gonna lie, if GME releases more shares at this point, I'm out. I feel like most people would probably feel that way. Would Upstart announcing completion of the buyback be bullish? Yeah, because it would mean there was 250 million, $250 million worth of shares removed from the market all at once. My buddy has 40K shares of MMTLP at $1.50 and refuses to sell because the squeeze is quote unquote inevitable. Help him. You can't fix stupid, Mike sells CCs. Are you excited to see the comments from the people who sold their Jan calls on the low here? Yes. That's going to be the best part of next week. The squeeze on retail is inevitable. Unfounded tinfoil theory. Been doing an at the money into cycles. Announced another 500 million runway. Jumps to 741 a share. The whole company quits. RC prophecy fulfilled as the locations become satellite seers. I mean, just because the market's boring doesn't mean you can't make money off of it. You can just trade all these fucking tests. Buy puts, buy calls, maybe buy puts. Yeah, Jimmy's cheap right now. It's cheaper than it's been since May. PPI not worth an overnight straddle? It might not be. I think the expectations from PPI are generally pretty accurate. I don't think there's a lot of mispricing surrounding it. Sometimes there is, but usually not. This time it may be a little more leading, but you don't need a 150 basis point move to make money on a straddle, right? And if you buy enough theta on your straddles, you don't have to worry about it at all. Like you can just hold them through, right? Like if the market's not particularly active that day. You ignored my haiku. I'm sorry, Ryan. It's probably because I don't see it anywhere. Instead of saying you ignored it, you could have just posted it again. How did RSS not lock the float yet at these levels? Because they're all broke. Market's volatile. Calls and puts losing money. Please help my point, Greg. Alright, not bad. Not a bad haiku. I'm still buying. Got 500 yesterday, another 500 today, baby. Throw them on my pile. Nice. It's a decent price. It's not bad. What would you consider the minimum for a straddle to be profitable? Between 50 and 100 BPS? I mean, that just depends on how you manage it. No, you don't need a 100 BPS move. A 100 BPS move on SPX right now is, you know, like $39, right? But that'd be huge. The DRS bot doesn't account for people that left or sold. It's been a really drawn out period, and there was liquidity created, you know, last November into March as well. So it's possible that the drop off in August has led to some selling. I'm sure it did to some degree, but probably not enough to outweigh the buying. If you buy like 5 to 7 days on your straddle, you can generally manage it over more than one trading period. And if you're at the money on your straddles, right? Like you can
and you drop 50 bps and then go back up like 60 bps, you've profited on both sides pretty significantly. You don't need 100 bps move directionally for it to be profitable. Yeah, 22 is a very cheap price on GME. Extremely cheap. It can drop lower, Olga, but not a lot. Like, historically, I don't think we have that much more downside. We might get like a brief spike here with earnings, but I don't think it'll last very long. Our low, our pre-March low is at 1886. There's some pretty strong support at 2166. There's support at 2050. There's support at 1950 or 2005 at 1950 and 1880. So there's quite a lot of resistance to the downside here. And these prices tend to be really attractive, as you can tell already in chat, to long-term buyers. People are like, "Oh shit, GME's at 22. That's a good deal." It is. Can you ungaslight me from having entered the trading from the GME world? Is a consistent short percent above 60% like we see on GME weird? Yesterday it was 79%. Is that weird? Yeah, 79% is very weird. 60, it's not short percent, short volume. Um, it's kind of a stupid metric, but there's a lot of dark pool utilization on GME because the stock's very illiquid, right? So it tends to have a higher amount of dark pool utilization. Most of its volume trades off exchange. Who's president saying he will dissolve Congress as he faces impeachment? Cool. Except, well, maybe not for Peru. We said over the next few days we could see OPEC covering of OPEC's on Upstart. We don't know when it'll happen, but the next few days are 15C3-3 deferral. So if that deferral was used in order to prevent covering, or just used, it doesn't need to be used in order to prevent anything actually. If that deferral were used, we would realize the covering from that deferment period between now and December 7th, 8th, 9th, and 12th, right? I think it's 7th, 8th, 9th, and 12th. Yeah. And then between the 12th and 15th is FINRA 4210 F6 deferment. So I don't expect any covering. Well, the only other period we have for evidence of holiday deferrals being used is February. So this is only our second data set, really. Or potentially it's our second data set. We may have seen it in June to August also, but we're not 100% sure, right? And it was much harder to track with the split going on. But if they use the same one that they used in March,
then we won't see covering till December OPEX. Right now, they haven't covered. That's all we know to be true. We don't know when they'll cover. The not covering of liquidity is an unsustainable position. We know that. Did you close your $17 puts on Upstart? No, they're still open. I don't care if I get assigned. I'm tired, boss. Real tired. Take a nap. Here's bar chart for GMA IV. It's 111%. It's a little high for IV30, but it's close. The CPI comes in good, and the market starts to rip going into December OPEX. Seems like it could be an explosive event. It definitely can be now. You know, what would have been a fairly weak OPEX event for like November is now looking much closer to something like March because the can's been kicked. The proverbial can has been kicked. On boring days like this, I trade 0 DTE SPY contracts for $70 a contract and close out at like 15 to 20%. That's like a mini game or a side quest. Yeah, that's a good way to. Trading out of the money contracts is a good way to learn to trade more expensive at the money contracts on SPX. December OPEX is T+2 December 16th. Do deferment days count for the reg show 5-day removal? Do those days essentially give you a free 0 FTD day? I mean, it shouldn't matter because OPEX isn't FTD covering. They're not. OPEX is the liquidity realization event from generating liquidity to cover FTDs when no liquidity actually exists. I went for why Upstart went off reg show. I think I outlined that pretty clearly in the post I made about why Upstart went off reg show. They washed FTDs through its, well, definitely through its two primary ETFs and probably its other ETFs as well for 5 days and got it off reg show. Risky. I mean, obviously that generates even more obligations for synthetic liquidity, right? If they keep continuing to fail at the same rate, they'll just keep going back on reg show. After earnings, will the Ivy crush too much on Jan calls? Probably not a lot. I think Jan calls are what, like 47 days to expiry? So it's unlikely it's gonna create a lot of change in the IV on those. Calling a push to 3,900 in the next hour. Witness me. Man, it's still really far away. For someone learning to trade options, which are the best kind to dabble with? Paper ones. Fake. Practice. Yeah, the kind where you don't use real money. What time does the market open today? So Upstart can go on Reg Show tonight. I'm not sure. I didn't read the fucking FINRA handbook, and I don't want to. I don't care. Maybe, or it won't go on until the 19th. Hey Shill, you preach not to sell CCs because Jimmy could run really hard. Then you tell your cult not to buy calls after 3 consecutive days of hard shorting. You really do work for BlackRock. Buying calls into earnings is fucking stupid. So you're paying up priced implied volatility for it to crush out the next day on potentially no price movement. What if earnings just doesn't move? What if we just trade flat? Are you gonna sell CCs into a possible run on earnings, which is also risky? Then you get assigned. There's too much risk. That's why I don't play earnings, because they're a coin flip. Fucking idiot. I can't believe he's still around, giving me money. It's not koala hugger. It's just bipolar bear. Um, he knows a lot about taxes, but he also bought ACIW. Update. Apparently, bipolar bear fucking stupid. No, just sometimes. Jimmy out of the money CC is not worth the risk. No, because what if they print positive revenue and positive EPS? The chance is low, but it could happen, right? Then the stock runs up. Maybe it's even repriced, right? It runs up a lot, and then you're fucked. Liquidity's rock bottom right now. Any significant run on GME can rocket the price beyond Gamma Max, and if it comes off the back of earnings, that can encourage institutional call buying. Then Gamma Max is gonna fucking move up, and then you've just sold all your shares at like $30 fucking dollars for 16 cents on per contract, and the fucking stock hits 50, 55, and you missed out on $25 of unrealized potential. So yeah, selling cover calls fucking stupid. Buying calls also stupid, because that might not fucking happen, right? Just don't do anything. How about just see if earnings is good, then you can buy calls tomorrow morning. Stop being impatient. You don't need to just chuck your money into the fucking garbage can because you think something will happen. Wait to see something happen, then make some money on it. Yeah, or just buy shares. I have shares. They're great. They'll either be worth less tomorrow or more tomorrow. They'll just short it back down to 30 in a couple weeks. Yeah, I fucking hope so. That'd be awesome. Then I can sell fucking $30 covered calls at $55 for $25 premium instead of 16 cents premium. One seems significantly better than the other, right? Go buy a $1 out of the money call on fucking MM M MMAT. Yeah. You can buy an one out of the money call on MMAT if you want to feel the rush of losing your money. Or if you really have balls, buy a put. Yeah, that way you can turn $100 into $130 and then lose it all. Can Upstart go on Reg Show tonight? 5 days off, or is it 13 days? No idea. It's one of the two. I think it's 13, but we'll find out. I don't want to. You know what? I'll buy 2 weeks of Theta instead of reading their five. If you want to go read the 500-page settlement guide by FINRA, be my guest. But I don't work in compliance, and I can just spend the extra $40 a contract to not have to look that up, which is worth it for me. Why are you so mad at me? Why are you sending me stupid Ko-Fis? Take the $3. I mean, I did, but still. Stop pretending to be a koala hugger. In before are my $23 cover calls safe? I hope everyone who sells cover calls today gets blown the fuck up tomorrow. Huge. Simultaneously, I hope everyone who buys calls today makes no money on them tomorrow. I want both of those things to happen. So, out of the gate, overnight we drop to 18. Then in the morning session, we climb up to 25, 26. Right? All the cover call sellers panic buy their cover calls back at market open, and then the stock immediately drops over the next 10 candles back to $22. Effectively, nothing happening. It'd be amazing. Market maker returns everything to spot, and we continue to trade sideways for another week and a half. Yeah, how about just don't play earnings? They're an unpredictable binary event. That's the play. The play is to not do anything. Everyone's so busy chasing unrealized gains that all they're doing is accumulating realized losses. Stop doing that. Like, I could have. Yeah, but you didn't. So don't fucking worry about it. I'm a professional tax loss harvester. If you want to straddle GME, but it may not move very much, right? If revenues are kind of flat and EPS is meh, the price will just stay static, right? It's a big difference when, SPX is definitely going to move like $50 one way or the other throughout the course of a day versus, straddling GME and just, it dropping 50 cents and then going up 35. GME covered calls are the easiest thing in the world to time, Stefan. This is a simple flowchart. Is GME worth close to $50? Has it moved there on a significant amount of volume? If yes, sell covered calls. Is GME above Gamma Max? If no, don't sell covered calls. You can buy protective puts on your GME core position, but you want to buy them at the top of a run, not when the fucking stock's bottomed out. Isn't GME's fair market value closer to 16 a share? Book value is like 1760 something. A fair market value would probably be seeing GME trade at some multiple of its negative earnings. Gork, if I don't make money every day and immediately, I will literally die. I know. No, Jan 20s are okay. They have a decent amount of theta clipped onto them. Not so great after December 21st, but they're fine pretty much up until then. ES 3940, SPX 3936. Usually SPY is lower 10 points compared to ES. How come it is now tracking ES? There might be some arbitrage. Generally, if we get a lot of chop, arbitrage can widen, so that seems reasonable. It's harder to resolve because the index is trading in such a narrow range. Does anyone have proof that Melvin covered all of their bad GME bets? Does anyone have proof they didn't? I have a proposition. Pickle Jar forms a company, buys all of MMAT, liquidates it, and then we no longer have to hear about it. No, we don't. We trigger a squeeze, then we dump shares on all the buyers. That's how you do it. That's the Ryan Cohen way. Capitalize the company and then do whatever you want. If Jimmy does go past Gamma Max, it seems like selling CCs for 1 year would be worth it since the recession would be set for the next year. Or it doesn't matter because of the cycles that Jimmy goes through. It may not matter. Jimmy has pretty strong buy interest at lower price levels. It would take one hell of a recession, I think, to grind its price down. Also, they're in an industry that doesn't do poorly during a recession, and they're going into that recession with no debt, right? So, like I said before, as their competitors' margins contract, GME is more efficient and more flexible in the direction they can take their business, and they can use that lack of debt to accumulate some debt and spur another growth cycle. So while their competition's margins are contracting, GME can then expand theirs, which gives them a larger amount of the market share. It's not actually a bad recession investment. Don't forget Burry was buying it before the COVID crash, right? It's If Jimmy goes past Game of Max, okay. I mean, there's evidence that the short interest on GME has decreased over time. The reports say that the short interest is down. You're implying that the data is lying to you by believing that there is short interest open in excess of the amount reported. So you're there's proof, and then you're saying no, not that proof. I want a different proof. I don't know. Call Melvin up. He's not doing anything nowadays. Ask him. Just be like, hey man, did you cover? Still reported. $120,000% SI. Trust me, bro. Every single data set that we have found on GME, all of the research we have done, none of it points to there being an outstanding short position in excess of the float. So the 20% SI number is fake. That's the same number that told us it was 140% in Jan 21. So that was fake. So it's fake? Wait, no, not like that. Yeah, right? You can't. I love how Superstock chooses to pick and choose the SI number. They believe that SI was 140% in January and they just whoopsied and told everyone. But then when it's 21% now, they don't want to believe it. So they want to both confirm and deny the same data set. It's fucking ridiculous. You're never going to get phone numbers per share unless your phone number is 911. If you have a 4 or 5 digit phone number, I don't know any countries where that's true, but I'm sure there are some. You're forgetting the decimal. You might get an area code. Something in the eastern part of the country. Might have to wait 10 years for it. Yeah, they don't report synthetic shorts. That's what happened in Jan of 21, right? Jimmy was on Reg Show. Synthetic shorts got reported. So you got the outstanding long short position reported, and you got the synthetic short position reported simultaneously. They changed Reg Show doing that, so Reg Show doesn't do that anymore. The American International Code 1. But synthetic short liquidity is resolved. It's resolved all the time. Hence all of the runs on GameStop. Did you average down your Fubo? Yeah, a bit. I can't average it down a lot without like doubling down on my position, which I'm not something I would really want to do right now. I have plenty and I'm fine with my cost basis. SPX dead, 39.25. Hold me back. I'm about to buy a fractional GME share for 100% over market price. Remember me when I spark MOASS? I believe the outstanding short position is much higher than self-reported. Show me any evidence of that. There is none. If the outstanding short position were higher than reported, GME would be failing at a greater rate. It is not. Since the split, there has been a significant reduction in the number of FTDs on GameStop. There's no fucking evidence that that is true. Not a single piece of it. Kirk about to lose the SS crowd all over again. Yeah. Oh no. It's a religious belief. Yeah. Devoid of evidence and only supported by faith. Says the Rev shill. I didn't even shill it. I just bought it before it ran and everyone FOMO'd in. Rev was really good until it wasn't. Rev has more compelling evidence of criminality in the market than GME does. Meeting 0 of the delisting requirements for the NYSE, it was still delisted. It was delisted with like 35% short interest on it. There's still people on Superstock. That's a Nefarian. That's a logical fallacy. Just so you know. Weird, sophisticated swaps. You don't even know what the fuck swaps are or what they do you? That's all Superstock has turned swaps into, is they've turned it into a way to explain something they don't understand because they don't understand swaps. So like, oh, that's where it is, right? I have no other evidence. It's got to be in this thing I don't understand. Is this the SI? Right? Like, swaps are cash settled. Fucking. How about this? How about GME generated a ton of volatility back in January, which brought in even more volatility shorts than already existed on the stock. Roughly every quarter, those volatility shorts have covered, generating more volatility, which they then come back and short again. Over and over and over again. Somewhere along the line, people thought it was a really good idea to start DRSing shares of GameStop.
And all that did was make it cheaper to generate volatility. So you reduced the cost of energy in the perpetual motion machine that they make money off of. Congratulations. You've made the system more efficient, and now you're complaining about it not working in your favor. Man, I would fucking loan my shares to Kenny before I fucking DRS them. Oh god, you went and angered the SS crowd again. Yeah, I know. It's fun. Happens every once in a while. The only people that have made money off DRS is computer share. At least people have made money on NoPex. Now they may have lost all that money. They still made it. Nope, Ryan Cohen didn't encourage it. He was pretty specific about that in his interview when he said his tweets meant nothing. That's called observational bias. Would you then recall the shares during an OPEX run? Fuck yes. I want to say, why do they even keep coming here? But I think Girk's explanation of they have to go somewhere to get information that's not complete horseshit sums up why they're still here. Yeah. Do you ever see yourself selling your GME shares? Not anytime soon, no. I'd say at least 5 years. I'm probably going to still have them, if not longer. I mean, it depends what they do with the company at that point. But right now, IV's still at 100%. They still generate me tons of capital. No reason to get rid of them. You have to report the DRS numbers. They're materially relevant. Do I have to go over this every fucking earnings? They present a risk to any potential investors, and it is a liability. It has to be reported. DRS shares represent a significant amount of the free float. You have incorrectly predicted several OPEXs. How many MOASs did you correctly predict? Wait, not like that. You know, time and time again, people I agree. There's a lot of inconsistencies with OPEX, and it doesn't always happen when we want it to, but it does always happen. It may not happen in the exact way we want it to. It may not happen on the exact day we want it to, but it's always really fucking close. I can backtest buying, slightly 20% out of the money calls on GME after any significant price decline over the course of the year. And then they will be very, very profitable. How would anyone say my tweets have hidden meaning? Come on. Uh, Because the ETFs go to the market and they take all the cash that they, got for the synthetic liquidity that was generated within their fund, and they just buy the fucking stock. That and the market maker hedge shifts, which causes even more volume, right? Because now they're going to start hedging all those calls going into the money. And then the stock price runs up until gamma collapses. And then gamma collapses and the price comes back down. It's not as complicated as people want it to be, unfortunately. I'm probably not gonna buy. I'll buy calls maybe tomorrow. I still think they're gonna try to short because they need liquidity. Until they announce a dilution. We'll see. Hopefully they don't need to. That's not like they don't want that to happen. RC does not want to move forward with another stock dilution. Not when his C-suite is primarily being paid in shares at a cost basis of $220 a share, right? Or 55 now. Unless he wants them all to leave, right? And go get jobs elsewhere. These super stinkers have made us more money than they could ever possibly imagine. So from our smokely, dimly lit gambling backroom to your mom's basement, I want to say thank you, SS, and Merry Christmas. Thanks, the Hedgies. Stop showing options, they are too risky. What's riskier than buying high and selling never? Wait, not like that. Yeah, nothing like buying a stock when it's trading at like a 40x multiple of its book value and then never selling. Actual honest question here. Why do you think RC bought into BBBY? Um I think he didn't research their debt situation well enough. And I think he thought that he could get the company on board with his plan, which was likely to dump a massive amount of liquidity on a very, very large run, right? That thus capitalizing the company and helping them get rid of their debt. I think he saw value in Baby, and I think that ultimately the executives didn't work with him. I think he couldn't get enough leverage. His buy-in wasn't sufficient, and they continued to run the business as they saw fit. So he left. He sold. It's very simple, right? Sometimes you can move in and you can affect change as an activist investor. Sometimes you buy in and the board tells you to go fuck yourself. My chats on Discord have more hidden meaning than the RC tweets. At least OPEX is based on a real thing called market mechanics. Girk doesn't like being wrong, that much is clear. That doesn't mean he and the team are shills or base their decision off anything other than data. We don't. I did that at the last earnings call, didn't I? I told them how much money they would have made if they sold at the peak of every run. DRS moved beyond the point where illiquidity benefited both the long and short side. Now it's just short side favored, and that split let lots more sell CCs, putting a permanent lid on the stock.
Not really. That's also not accurate. It does take longer for them to build up obligations because they don't need to create as many to drive the price of the stock down. Oh, dork. Are you trying to start a riot? J-dubs, PyFi has drastically reduced my cost basis via education on CCs for the last 2 years. For that, I'm forever grateful. Been here since the beginning. Thanks, man. Jimmy netted lenders 103 million in revenue between July and September. It'd be impossible given the reported short interest to incur that. No, Jimmy's borrow rate was fucking sky high. Its prime borrow rate was sky high. Just because the retail borrow rate, which is what everyone looks at, is low. Jimmy's prime borrow rate, I think, peaked in September. You're just looking at the wrong number and trying to extrapolate information from that you shouldn't. Don't look at the cost to borrow as evidence of the cost to borrow, because it's not. That's not what institutions are paying to borrow the stock. What cost to borrow tells us is either the lending pool is being utilized or it's not being utilized. It can show us it's like second level or even tertiary evidence of activity in the lending pool. But it has nothing to do with what primes are actually charging for share borrowing on GME. Big brain move. Get C-suite to leave. Never have to pay them what they are worth. Have them turn around the company, leave out of frustration, and leave the company on good footing. I mean, they'll dump their stock though, right? And then you still have to find a C-suite. When you say short to gain liquidity, do you mean drop the price to get people to sell? Yes. What are about his board members that are still at BBBY though? I mean, there's only 3 of them. They don't represent a majority vote. So if the rest of the board is working against them, they don't have a chance in hell of affecting any change, right? I mean, you're talking about a company that used a loan that they couldn't afford to pay to buy back shares at $30 a piece, only to then dilute their float at $3. I mean, you were not talking about a management team at BBBY that is interested in the longevity of their corporation at all. They were already leveraging their holdings, propping up their stock price, and driving the company into bankruptcy. They haven't stopped doing that. Ryan Cohen presented them with an opportunity to not do that. They didn't listen to him at all. You know, sometimes like with Sears, you have a board that is not interested in creating value for the shareholders, but is instead interested in creating value for themselves. And when they have failed to run the business successfully, the only value left to be generated is in the price of the stock as they flee their positions. Look at AMC. Look at what their board has done with their shareholdings over the last 2 years. Will you check the dark pool after the stream? Dark pool index doesn't So that date is not available until 6 o'clock. Been here for well over a year and learned a lot, but refused to put it into practice. I'm happy I've stuck to my principles. I got a job, but if December OPEX hits, I'm taking another 6 months off. Nice, Hazy. SPXOI update. It's still pretty flat. Oh, the last time I looked it was. I think there's a new update. Yep. No. Be boring there. There's a little more downside interest at 39.30. But that's probably today's expiration. So that's probably gonna sell off. 12.16. Yeah, Gamma's just really flat. The call side's a little stronger at like 39.50. But it's mostly just flat. We're starting to see a little bit of a buildup of farther dated short positions. December 30th, it looks like. At 3,900. But we're also seeing 4,000s bought on the long side. So, yeah, just looks very heavily straddled and strangled. Still. Gamma's actually flatter to the downside than it was earlier. How dare you speak negatively about Daddy Silverback Adam Aaron? I'll have you know that any minute now an Uber will arrive at my house with my perfectly popped AMC popcorn. Yeah, but you're the one driving the Uber, right? So it's not that big of a win. Don't time out, turd, Carl. You're abusing your power and because you're all bullish and hyped up because I'm angry. How will JPM collar affect SPY by end of year? It doesn't really. Like, the effect of the collar is minimal. It's the fact that everyone tries to play it that has a significant impact, but they just rolled it like a few days ago. I think it's wrong to put Sears into comparison, as not a lot of people understand the bankruptcy case of Sears. Sears is still valuable and came out of bankruptcy. It's coming back soon. Their CEO broke apart and sold off most of the company and destroyed shareholder equity in order to line his own pockets. Whether they've facilitated a comeback or not doesn't matter, right? Yeah, I have T-Doc. I have leaps on it. I doubled down my Fubo shares, bought in cheaper than the CEO. My cost basis is $259. Nice. I need something to wield over the quants. Don't take this from me. JPM rolls the collar in a delta neutral way, so there's little impact. I know. It's just that everyone tries to play the rolling of the collar. That's what creates the volatility around the rolls. Because it's a massive position and its movement is publicly disclosed. Are institutions still buying Fubo at these levels? I mean, someone's got to be buying it. You need a buyer to have if you have a seller. Lampert destroyed Sears, Olga. SEC looking to consider an overhaul on stock market plumbing. I think retail learned too much. Probably. Don't worry. They won't do it. Not a lot. Not in a way that'll stop people from making money. They overhaul shit all the time. So by publishing the rolling of the collar, JPM is making additional money on the volatility that is generated by people who think they can play the rolling of the collar. Bingo. Australian blockchain project exchange blockchain project has been abandoned. Of course it has. Spoken like a true SHLDQ bag holder. I wish you the best, Olga. It'll break his immutable heart. It's 1025 a little high for entry into Dole. I signed up for a Roth IRA. I'm looking for a long-term hold. Looks like it tends to slip before and after dividend dates. Um, yeah, I think it's a little pricey right now. I probably have to change my expectations on what level I'll be able to buy back in at. But right now, I would say I'd be targeting like 950. You should check out Sears more instead of talking what the media says. Eddie Lampert milked all of the fucking value out of the company by lending it money personally. He's a smart guy, but he's an evil piece of shit. Those shareholders are not being returned the equity anywhere near what they held in it before. They're given a pittance of the previous value. It's very common for a failing company to become indebted to their bondholders. It's very rare for those bondholders to be the CEO of the company. Do you set your limits on options based on prices on the underlying, especially at support and resistance levels? You know, options have their own charts, right? They're more volatile. I don't need to listen to a conspiracy about fucking Sears. How does one salvage an underwater position on GME if cost basis is in the 30s? Is a long hold the only chance? No, you can sell covered calls against it and lower your cost basis over time. It's not that hard. People make it seem like it's really difficult, but it's not. Do you think it's likely we see price action in the deferrals or more likely on December OPEX? I would lean towards December OPEX because it benefits them to cover after the closing of puts on OPEX. But we could see it in the deferrals. I mean, we just have to wait and see. I wouldn't try to time it. It could be potentially any day between now and December OPEC settlement. Options have their own charts? What kind of nonsense is that? Next, you'll be telling us they have their own prices as well. They do. Prediction: RC on earnings call says they have Upstart loan using loan. Jimmy controls Upstart for shares and contracts. Upstart squeeze. RC dumps top, pays back loan. Jimmy gets cash, no dilution. Jimmy hedge fund. No. Is there a new religion brewing? Sears Hova Witnesses? No, it's just Olga. DMs. What do you got? Pee pee poo poo. Thanks, Carl. I needed that. Yeah, they're dissolving it so the shorts don't have to cover. How nice of him.
You know the shorts that built up over the last 8 years that they've seller boxed SHLDQ? Ah, so many fractions of pennies made on arbitrage. Upstart had on 3 occasions in the past 2 months where they announced partnering up with some bank or institution. Yet the price never reacted or just dropped. What am I missing? I mean, they're just trying to. They're getting more and more customers over time. They have a sales team, and that's not going to necessarily affect their current valuation if liquidity doesn't return to the credit markets. If the credit markets start to move again, right, and stabilize in a higher interest rate environment, Upstart will start making money again. And Upstart makes a lot of money when they do make money. But right now, no one's getting loans. I mean, mortgages are down like 90% over the last 3 months. They're expanding their business. They're now targeting more mortgages. They're targeting auto loans. They're targeting business loans. So they're going to increase the amount of exposure to they have to different credit markets. That'll be good for them in the future. This is not Berkshire Hathaway. And Berkshire Hathaway was a fucking textile mill before Warren Buffett bought it and turned it into an insurance company. I was reading that 250,000 Americans are already currently underwater on their mortgage payments for homes that were bought in 2022. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a spike in defaults. According to the esteemed financial behemoth Yahoo, 270,000 Canadians who bought property at the peak are underwater. Yeah, their equity's gone. Box spread for earnings? Yeah, you could. Hard to manage. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sears is not the next fucking Berkshire Hathaway. Guys, let me tell you why this stock I bought for a fraction of a penny is better than one that trades at $500,000 a share. No, wait, hear me out. After the CEO murdered the company, he's going to liquidate all the assets, let the shorts out, and then make another new company worth nothing. And that's going to go back to those shareholders who held through the entire drop. Same like Buffett, right? Exactly. Yeah. I'm listening. Fluffy is so much more patient than me. Yeah, but when he strikes fear into the hearts of shills. Olga's not a shill. It's been around forever. It's just clearly is going on a full fucking conspiracy thing with fucking Sears. Why Bear Song? Everything's just flat. Oh, you want things to go down. Sorry, Dan Weeklies. Stop buying puts and losing money and then acting like you're a genius when they print 1 out of 10 times. It's a bit hard to see the price action through the indicators. There isn't any. Bring back the Sears catalog. Kit Kat, Hershey with almonds, Reese cups, rate 'em. Reese's cups, Hershey with almond, then Kit Kat. I assume we're referring to plain Kit Kats, just the chocolate wafer one. The lack of liquidity and complete drag sideways is making me sleepy. Good thing I have some Wetzel's pretzels to keep me awake and alert on days like today. Are you fucking trying to pump Wetzel's pretzels? Did you buy in because Turd said something about it? Or was it the money laundering? Don't lie to me. I'll ask your wife. Whatchamacallit? Too much going on. Nuts are phenomenal. You're out of your mind. What do you think Fubo is worth? Current market cap sub 500 mil. I think its book value is higher than what it's currently trading at. And book value on Fubo is like $3.50 or something a share. Do a moment of silence to the guy who posted throwing his entire life savings, 180K into Bobby at 26 the day before Cohen sold. He literally said that's every cent he had. Fuck. Cohen should pay him back. Or don't YOLO the peak. I don't know. It happens. This is the market. Welcome aboard. For every winner, there's a loser. I don't own Wetzel's Pretzels, but I do own a quarter share in a salt mine. Fuck. All right. Well, that. Huh. Are they using the most salt, or is it Cheesecake Factory? Who should you really be long on? Hey, could we pull up the dicks for Berkshire Hathaway, please? Yeah. Hmm. There's barely any. It's hold on. It's not even coming up. I don't know what the ticker is on here. Give me a second. Looks like DPI is usually about 90. Like 90 to 93. Almost all of the trades on Burke occur off exchange. Burke's YouTube chat is not a free country. What am I missing? Did I miss something? Are we timing people out? Tomorrow's October 69th. Are you ready? Yes. You can't see it on camera, Dork, but I was rubbing my nipples. Olga's crying about censorship. Oh. Yeah, yeah, we can do that. It's pretty cool. If you don't like what someone's saying or you don't want to hear it, we can just shut you up. So we don't have to hear it anymore. Yeah. Like a virtual ball gag. And they're like, but I want to say things. No. Oh, I got you, champ. Suffering. No, nobody timeout turd, even if you ask for it. That's called withholding. I'll be right back.
What happened to free speech? Let me check the Constitution for this chat. Oh, look, it's not in there. You're gonna file a motion to amend the Constitution if you want, Tanksimus. When Fubo delisting, another $30. My wife didn't believe me when I said cold day-old garlic bread was delicious, so I made 3 loaves. Been my morning, noon, and night diet all week. She came around too. You should have thrown out all the other food in the house first. SPX breakdown incoming? Looks like it. How much it's gonna break down? Maybe a little bit. Do we still think... Anyone bullish on Bobby is delusional. What's your price target? $40? Yes. Trying to tell bag holders that their shares are worthless is just as difficult as trying to tell parents their children are stupid. Upstart back to 40 possible before 2023? That's really unlikely. How come so many of the standard stock chart intervals don't divide evenly into the 6.5 hour day? 4, 3, 1, 2, 1, 4 hour, 3 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour, etc. So always have some candles with uneven amounts of time. Don't use those. Or alternatively, turn the overnight periods on. I'm not eating glue. I'm eating my cauliflower cheese puffs. Don't be jealous of my neck, my back, and my cauliflower snack, dork. It's a bad look. You've let fame get to you? I have fewer viewers now than I ever have. Why is the Fubo Pores Discord channel so depressing? Because I bought a stock and I was like, hey, this looks really good for the next 2 years. Now it's been 3 months and people don't understand why it hasn't gone up yet. There is no Fubo squeeze. That's the secret. What's behind 1694 on Upstart? My CSPs? I'm pretty sure you said since the beginning of Fubo on Pickles Picks that it was a 1 to 2 year play. Yeah. Yeah, if it goes below 2, I'll buy more. No, you can't time out Dork. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna fucking time you out, Carl. Most people have the long-term memory and listening skills of a Slim Jim meat product snack. It's all the mechanically separated chicken. At least it'll be more applicable for December OPEX, Visceral. It does, but there haven't been any OPEX moves. I mean, there was one the day after I bought in. And then there hasn't been one since, like the rest of the basket stocks. I know Sava's ripping. How did you end up doing on your Kirk position? I made $1 a share. I got bought it at like 382 and sold at like 481. Sava moving good for the rest of the basket? Yeah, could be. Head and shoulders on SPX. Yeah, very much. Fubo CCs just aren't worth it right now. You gotta wait for it to pick up more valuation. The yields aren't terrible, but you have to expose yourself to a lot of like leveraged risk. CSPs are pretty good on it. Pattern day trader rules definitely work off $25,000 account balance. So yeah, the current valuation of your equity, not its cost basis. Freedom, fuck you, shill daddy. Yeah, but Dork was untimed out first. So he diluted your freedom. Oh, you bitch. Don't fuck with me, Carl. I'll make you green again. Sorry, I missed if you answered, but is Upstart going up? Their attempt to clear FTDs to keep off reg show, more than likely, or because they can't hold down for other reasons. Yesterday, when the stock price started running up into the like towards the end of the day,
they were covering something on Upstart. So like Upstart liquidity started to normalize a little bit, and then when they shorted it into the end of the day, they used it all up again. So they're just churning it, right? Like if we go back to the 5 minute, this run up, they got back a bunch of liquidity, and then they fucking used it all again. So if they're running it up, they're just using, they're like buying back, then shorting, buying back, shorting. If they were getting extra liquidity, they'd be able to push the price down further. But by getting it to trade sideways, they can get people to sell calls off, which means the market maker dumps the hedge, which can give them more liquidity. Yeah, they've always done this. Thanks. By the way, did you know MMTLP stands for My Mom Tickles Little Pickles? Nice. Give me your number. I just want to let you know that my strangle totally worked. My strangle worked. I totally got off. Nice. Good for you, man. You mean lower lows? I meant sexually. No, I know what you meant, Surface Smurf. I wasn't I wasn't confused, but I was still gonna congratulate you. Kendra would be proud if he was here. By the way, Schwab removed charting on options contracts. Oh no. Why? That's fucking lame. Intraday liquidity is too volatile to be a useful indicator. Smoothing it makes it useless. You think Upstart goes back to 23 by end of year? Sure. I think that's possible. Higher, in fact.
I feel like a child being fought over in a divorce. I'm sorry to put you through this, dork. Okay, Pickleman, seeing some big options trades come in. Long SPX, QQQ, 9 DTE, and some further dated ones. Anything on your end? Yeah, but there's also short positions that are already in place. I don't think it's going to affect any of the straddling going on right now. What do you see happening with the jobs report and SPX tomorrow? Well, if unemployment comes in lower, the market may drop down to the 3900 range and then chop there. If it comes in better, it might move up to like the 3970 range and chop there. If it's fairly flat, it may just continue to chop in this range until PPI. Upstart double from here in 5 days? Probably not. I'll give you my mom's number, but since she knows I'm an MMAT bag holder and own MMTLP, she changed her number and blocked me. Are you still in that? I thought you got out. If it does, do we name it Dub of Ups? Name what Dub of Ups? Is there such a thing as a scanner for CSPs? Sure. Like for yields? Just look for the highest IV. I miss nicotine. I only bum half cigs off my buddies when we're drinking now. It's crazy though. I can feel the buzz every time you take a drag. It's hard not to smoke when you're drunk. All your willpower is just gone. The leverage broker I was using had the Russell 2000 CFD. At the start, it had 100x leverage, and people were making 10k profits. The broker immediately cut the leverage down to 5 or 10x. That's awesome. CFDs are the worst. Today has been obnoxiously boring. You were right. I should have stayed away from the SPX today. It's risky. You can trade it, but it's really tight, and you have to just like scalp the move. Vupstart? We'll see. No, I can't, Gurk. What can't you do, Idaho beef? short volume each day for GME matter much? Short volume, not so much. Dark pool utilization can matter because if they're utilizing the dark pool a lot, it means they're probably rolling over a lot of inventory for internalization. So, I would say that they're internalizing a lot on GME right now. I think it's indicative of that more than anything. The last time they internalized anywhere near this much was on October 19th. I'm terrible at scalping. I'm just gonna stick with weeklies. You have to just, yeah, you gotta learn to set really tight stops. Basically, trading SPX is risky until CPI. It's pretty risky. I mean, there's money to be made on it, and overnight straddles probably aren't bad, but intraday, yeah, I'd probably be careful with it. Noiler, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Trade SPX to save my life without you holding our hands. It's really hard. You need a lot of practice, and it's expensive. It's definitely not the place to get practice. There's a lot of ways to trade SPX with lower risk. Spreads are really profitable on it, especially credit spreads. Straddles are really good on it right now. Those aren't that hard to manage. It's so fucking choppy that you're almost guaranteed to print both sides of any straddle. You can also, like, there's a lot of things you can do, like you can enter a straddle, right? And then, in the whatever range it's trading at into close, then say it moves up overnight, right? And starts to pick up some like bullish momentum, like say it hits good news, like good economic data in the morning. Instead of just closing out the losing side, right? What you're going to do anyway. You can then leverage the long side even more. So if you're targeting like, say like CPI and you're targeting like 4,000, right? You can buy like 3980s and 3990s as it moves up and continue to pump leverage into the long side of it. If you're confident in the trend. There's a lot of ways to like move that position around so you can be more profitable on it. But it gives you a nice jumping off point, right? What do you put more weight on when assessing a stock? Cluster buys versus insider buys? Not necessarily either one, unless they're of significant quantities, right? Can you time me out? I'd like to be noticed by being disappeared. I see you, Shane McCartney. I'm not going to time you out, but I notice you. I made 5K on SPX today from your advice. I've been paper trading for a year, and it's definitely made all the difference. Love you. Thanks, Foundation. Congrats, man. I was down by December 34,000 through 4,100 now, or roll. 20 days theta mark gonna be at CPI. If we're above
39.50, I'd say. It wouldn't be terrible to average down, but we could slip more tomorrow. There might be there might be a better opportunity to average it down. Have you ever had a long position, say down 75%, then 6x down to lower the cost basis, then sold at the next bump to get out at even? Yeah, I do that with SPX all the time. It can be disastrous, but it can also be a great way of getting out of a loser. I mean, I traded SPX today, but I was out like within like the first 30 minutes of the day. This bounce doesn't look terrible, right? You got like yeah, I'm gonna stream the earnings call. Upstart's bid ask is getting really wide. I'd like to take this time to stand on the tallest mountaintop and shout, I hate TDA. It's my money. I can lose it if I want to. Really, TDA usually doesn't stand in the way of people losing the money they want to lose. And then some. I'm going to start a new stream. That way the earnings call is like all in one. That was something else, I think. That wasn't the earnings call, but it was something else. That was like the Bobby shareholder meeting. Earnings calls are like publicly available information. Or it might have been the shareholders meeting, yeah. I haven't heard your thoughts on earnings. You think they'll beat analysts' estimates today? I think they could beat EPS, but I don't think it's gonna be. It's pretty unlikely we're gonna see positive EPS. I think we'll see a continued reduction in SG&A, but higher inventory costs. Revenues, I don't expect too much. Next earnings, revenues will probably be better. I don't know. I've been buying a bunch of merch from GameStop. Well, I'm sure that your purchases of merchandise are gonna really bump up those revenues. Do you see more dips or a run post earnings? I don't know if we're gonna run. Why would we run post earnings? We could climb back up post earnings. If we run at this point, it's just to cover liquidity. If we run at earnings, it'd probably be because of earnings. Luke's swimming in Funkos right now. Is there an earthquake at my house? No. I agree the trimming's good. I just don't know if we're going to see the results of that yet. I still think quarter 4 earnings are more likely to be positive, right? Generally, their revenues are higher. It's a better quarter to aim for positive EPS. I'm not saying that we can't surprise on EPS. We can. It's just very unlikely that we have positive EPS. If we climb up after earnings, does that weaken December OPEX that'll be used to cover? No. March earnings were terrible, and they happened right before March OPEX. May earnings were also terrible, and those price went up after that too. I had a flashlight ad. What button did you press? Uh, the one that says make sure bipolar bears, friends, families, and coworker all know what kind of weird flashlights he's into. It's right here under end stream. Fresh pasta is overrated. I don't know when you decided to become a shill, VVW, but it's getting to me. I have 8 PTO days left for the year, and my boss is deflecting me when I ask about taking the time off. Should I just not show up to work for 1.5 weeks? I mean, you're within your rights, I guess. Probably have to give them some advance notice. Just go to HR. Go around your boss.
If GME is gonna start selling sex toys, I'm buying more stock. Because that'll be the trifecta, right? You have Meta, Tesla, GME, right? And then you have, sensory accessories, brain chip, VR porn. It's the Holy Trinity. Quick, send it to Ryan Cohen. Jimmy has the best used game/item community. Exactly. Who doesn't pick up their sex toys from a pawn shop? Clearly, you've thought this through. Hey, at least I'm thinking of ways for GME to attain profitability instead of making a JPEG marketplace. Okay. Tesla already has a monitor and drives itself. Just stick a Funko Pop on the dash and a flashlight attached to the steering wheel, and boom, most popular car company of all time. Yeah, people wouldn't even care about the reliability issues at that point. And if they die in a car accident due to the autopilot, they die happy. That's the way to go. I'm pretty sure that Elon's brain chip would definitely prevent you from saying or thinking anything negative about Elon. That's gonna 100% be in the terms. Something about that just hit me like a ton of bricks. I think I need a minute. See you in a second, trash. And cat's in the money, and also silver soon. Fubo bag's blue, there's no way to the moon. When's it going up, Dad? I don't know when. But we'll sell together then. We'll still lose money then. Oh. Nice one, Pickle Bard. I may be one of your best yet. I remember what it was like to imagine it was going to be more than a JPEG market. Yeah, but it's not. At least not yet. Not for a long time. If you patent a differential so the steering wheel can turn while the flashlight remains in position, you can make millions. I feel like that's kind of just like you could just use like a gyroscopic stabilizer, right? Yeah, well then you start selling porn as NFTs. You put Pornhub out of business. No more free porn for anyone. It'll be like back to the VHS days of porn production glory. Yeah, NFT hub. This is how GameStop should make money. The real dystopian future. Airbag deployment would be problematic. Some people would call that exciting. If GameStop competed with free Pornhub, the SEC would definitely intervene. Well, the porn production companies are going to get on board right away, right? Because they're tired of giving away their shit for free. And then after everyone's already seen all the porn that's already been made that exists on the internet for free, they're going to be craving the newest best stuff, the current memes. You know, who knows what stepmoms are going to be getting stuck in the future. Maybe it'll be a cupboard, giant cereal boxes, cocktail tables, right? The possibilities are endless, with the only place to get that new content, GameStop Marketplace. Giant cereal boxes is definitely a stream card now. Can it be Ryan Cohen stuck in it? But then like Carl Icahns like, hey, are you stuck? Elon announces Teslas will achieve 100% autonomous pleasuring within the next 5 years. Yeah, and Mark Zuckerberg will ensure he gets to visualize the big titty goth GF that he could never get in real life. First, it was because he was bald. Now it's because he was an asshole. Okay, so Sears brings back the catalog, but it's an NFT marketplace of just the underwear section of stepsisters stuck in things. We finally have a bull case for Sears. Yeah, it was some Facebook post about some crypto guy who died under maybe auspicious circumstances. It can just be like a cereal box, like Lucky Rugs, right? And Ryan Cohen's trying to get the toy out of the bottom, but his hand's stuck. And then Carl Icahn shows up And he's like, I can help short you.
Wow, chicka, wow, wow. You know,
We should start production on the video actually while we still retain the IP. Comes with a teddy book. What are you doing, overvalued step brick and mortar game store? That's too much. Does the teddy book have a centerfold? Yeah, it's a Balenciaga trash bag. You expect a Q&A today? What is a question you'd love to hear answered? When do you guys plan on making money? Are there any changes to the core business model that you foresee in the future? I'd rather run BlackRock than be the president of the Western Hemisphere. So just a Balenciaga purse. Yeah. Well, they actually have one that's a trash bag. It's like a white kitchen trash bag with little red leather handles. All right, now we're going to open up the floor to questions. Why did the DTCC commit international security fraud? Ken Griffin for prison re. They don't let super stalkers talk on the earnings call, right? What is the average taint length of your C-suite? That's a good question. I feel like materially relevant as well. I'm I think I'm already approved to be a creator. But I can just take screenshots and give them out for free. It's my homage to the poor. Girk, remember when you tried to educate super stalkers? Yeah. It worked on some of them. Now they're too smart for their own ports. Taint length, 1 furlong. RC is not going to be at the fucking shareholders meeting. He never is. We're back. Gonna go get a bowl of cereal so I can spit it out violently. When the stock does exactly what we expect, i.e., go up and down rapidly. Well, if it goes up a bunch tonight, then it just goes down into open tomorrow, right? If it goes down a bunch tonight, then at some point tomorrow it'll maybe go back up.
You're welcome, JC. But I brought you Guybrush, so we're even. Studies show that men with longer taint lengths make better financial decisions. It's true. In my opinion, for transparency, firms should have TLs publicly available for all of their financial advisors. I agree. Now you're gonna mute his news flashes. Well, that's because it's the entire length of my non-centaur body, chicken tender daddy. No regular human could compete. GME moassing off the chart. Yeah. Oh, are they gonna short into earnings to get people to sell? Crazy. Who could have talked about that happening? Huh. Was it you, Torque? Was it JFresh? Was it Carl? Fuck, Bipolar Bear's already given up his liquidity. He spilled it all over the rug. Yeah, I know, right? Never sell your shares, same like never spill your seed. Buy and hodl, same like Catholicism? Cthulhuism? Please don't associate me with the quants, thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you excited, Carl. The Bloomberg terminal guys could be useful and interesting if they'd pick their stories more carefully for stuff that actually matters to what's going on here. I don't want that. I want them to tell me when someone thinks that Russia bombed Poland so I can buy puts. I wonder, Doric, how much did that cost? What's 64 cents right now? Into a rising market. How much to move the price? 64 cents. 83 cents? Yeah. Let's talk numbers. Gift people options.
We've already been over this. If it prints, you're gonna hate them forever. It's like the best way to ruin a friendship. Give someone an options contract and then it 10x's, you're not gonna feel good about that gift. I don't know, roughly 2% of GME's market cap. Okay. Not bad. Bullish, bearish? How you feeling on GME? I'm feeling flat. Like a circle of time. Deep in the money puts on upscored again. Cool. When's the next OPEX on GME? Short's finna short till then, right? Short's finna try. I feel like a slice of butter melting on top of a warm pile of flapjacks. No syrup? If there's no syrup, I'm in. So you want to hear about Poland, but you don't want to hear about how Sears is going to be worth 400k a share? I don't get you, man. Bro, it's the next Berkshire Hathaway. We already figured out how. NFT Sears catalogs with only the underwear section. Now all we got to do is pitch the idea to the CEO. He can loan their new company even more money, backed by bonds that he owns, and then he can drive that out of business too. Just in case there was a couple shareholders left that had preserved a modicum of the money they entered that play with. Dude, 20p weekly volume's so high. Better to short with puts now than shares, you know, because the options market closes. Canada's declared you an enemy of the state based on your syrup comments. Shit. What about Vermont? Don't mess with the maple syrup mafia. Why do you drive a Prius 006.9? Oh, MI6 is trying to go carbon neutral. Also, you can fit 2 sets of golf clubs in the back. Doesn't everything come out at market close and then the call just reads it out loud for people who can't read? Usually, yes. MI69. Why can't my nickname be the rail splitter like Abraham Lincoln? Some people are born with it. Conference call has forward guidance. That'd be cool. Ding ding. The day is done. So market choppy, flat. All the stocks are like shorted to shit. Um, Pretty usual day. And we'll see what the earnings call says. I'll be back on in time for the call itself. Give me, what time is the call at? Does anybody know? 5 p.m. Okay, yeah. I'll start the stream back up at like 4:45 or so. All right, thanks guys. I'll see you in a bit.